Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Today is Tuesday, June 5th, and this is the time and place for the regularly scheduled Nevada Gaming Control Board meeting for the month of June 2024. Before we get started, I'd like to ask everyone to please silence your cell phones so that we don't have any disruptions during the meeting. And I will try to do the same. All right. If you'd all please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, has our agenda been posted in accordance with Nevada's open meeting law?
Yes, it has.
All right, then. Today we'll be covering all items noted on our June agenda. Madam Secretary, let's please proceed with our first public comment section.
This item is placed on the agenda to give the public an opportunity to comment on gaming-related matters. Anyone wishing to address the board may do so at this time. Comments by each person are limited to 3 minutes as a reasonable time based and manner restriction. If board members ask questions of the speaker, the time needed to address those questions will not count the speaker's 3-minute time. If speakers have any handouts or written copies of verbal comments to provide for the record, please hand them to the enforcement agent seated to your left in Las Vegas or behind you in Carson City.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Pursuant to state open meeting law, matters brought to the board's attention during public comment may not be acted upon by the board. However, we are of course interested in hearing from the public as well as from my fellow board members during this public comment section. I do need to say for the record that our court reporter is running a little late. However, this meeting for open meeting law purposes is being audio and video recorded, and then the court reporter will catch up and transcribe this section. So please speak slowly, state your name, spell your name for the court reporter, and let's first go to Carson City. Is there anyone in Carson City wishing to make public comment this morning? I don't see anyone, so let's go to Las Vegas. Good morning. Please state your name and spell your name for the record.
Yes, good morning. For the reasons that the object that I'm bringing up, I have stated on the back of the end of my form that I've given to the secretary.
Does that have your name on it, sir?
No, it does not. I'll read the statement.
Go ahead and state your name for the record. Spell your last name if you would.
El Ranger, R-A-N-G-O.
Thank you.
It has to do with what the association and related activities of a licensee, Phil Ruffin. In your strict enforcement of the laws, association regulations and related activity hold gaming licensee to high standard by the Nevada Gaming Commission. His relationships with this man are what I find of question for him to have a license or for you to do something to either your decisions on how you should react to Phil Ruffin's relationships with Donald J. Trump, a felon. Any of these licensees that are coming here or asking for license today, if they had such relationships with individuals in the orbit of this felon, Paul Manafort, Rick Gates, Roger Stone, Mike Flynn, George Papadopoulos, and Mike Cohen, all convicted of felonies. And you even have what is a CEO of the Trump organization sitting in jail. And it's in the simple statement there. But yeah, it's that if any of the licensees were associated, and it's in your own mission statement addressing association. And this association with this felon puts into question his license. Thank you.
Thank you. You hand the statement to the agent on your left if you'd like to make that part of the record. Madam Secretary, you have it? Very good. Thank you. Anyone else making public comment this morning? Please step forward, state your name, spell it for the record.
My name is Glenn Hunsucker, Hunsucker.
Thank you.
This is about, I'm here to ask that you deny a gaming license to all the businesses that are applying for a gaming license today. After 20 years of researching the casino games, I've discovered that all games are fraudulent and cheat the American consumer. My website, casinoscommitfraud.com, explains it in detail. Don't have time today. If you approve a gaming license for any of these companies, you are approving them to continue defrauding the consumer. Each of you who votes to approve a gaming license will have to answer some simple questions in the future. Questions like, why did you approve a gaming license to these companies when you were told several times that the games are fraudulent? Did you not believe it? Did you do your own research to disprove these findings? Let's learn from history. Just because casinos got away with doing something illegal for 50 years doesn't make it a tradition that should continue. Slavery lasted longer than this, but stopped when someone had the courage to do something about it. It will take courage to stop the casino fraud that everyone has accepted as normal for 50 years, because if it is stopped, this will substantially reduce the profits that casinos make, and in turn, reduce the taxes they pay the state. I understand this, but I see something much more important than money at stake. The main principle upon which our country is based was fairness. Fairness to all. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to make public comment? Good morning.
Good morning. Ira Duanen for the Culinary Union, DUYANEN. I grew up in Las Vegas and know that the racial diversity of our community is a source of love and power. Nevada's gaming industry depends on this diversity, and it's the standard in Nevada for publicly traded gaming companies to have women and people of color on their board of directors. Red Rock Resort Inc.'s board is the only all-white, all-male board of publicly traded gaming companies in our state. Today, we want to submit an SEC filing by an educator-only public pension fund and a significant share owner of Red Rock. On May 28, the California State Teachers Retirement System stated that the board of Red Rock Resort has failed to recruit board members with requisite skills and qualifications who are gender, racially, or ethnically diverse, and announced it will vote against the re-election of the current board. Also in May, the LA County Employee Retirement Association, another long-term investor in Red Rock, submitted an SEC filing citing Red Rock's board lagging track record of inclusive recruitment and said that the Red Rock has yet to respond to their attempts to engage. This is not the first time shareholders have addressed board diversity at Red Rock. In June 2019, the California Public Employees Retirement System, or CalPERS, cited as governance concern Red Rock's non-responsiveness to CalPERS' request to engage the company regarding improving its board diversity. CalPERS stated that the multiple requests to engage the company starting in July 2017 and throughout 2018 have been unanswered. Last year, the Philadelphia Board of Pension and Retirement filed a resolution that didn't pass, calling on the Red Rock Board to report on steps to enhance board diversity. In 2023, Red Rock tried to shift the blame for its lack of board diversity, absurdly suggesting that the Nevada gaming law presents an obstacle to achieving that goal. In the 2023 SEC filing, the company stated, "The licensing process is onerous, invasive, time-consuming, and expensive. We believe that the relatively limited pool of potential directors who are willing to subject themselves as well as their families to the rigorous and intrusive process necessary to obtain a gaming license and the demand for qualified diverse candidates will continue to impact our ability to attract certain categories of diverse directors to serve on our board. There is not a limited pool of women and people of color who can serve on board of directors. And the company facing one of the largest labor law enforcement action in history has no business using Nevada law as an excuse for its failure to have a diverse board. We have copies of these SEC filings for your reference. Thank you.
Thank you. And can you give the agent a copy of your statement as well? That will help the court reporter. She has it. Very good. Thank you very much. Good morning.
Good morning. It's Adam Christian, Christian. I work at Red Rock Casino as a food server. At T-Bones, I've worked there 18 years. I'm a union leader, wear my union buttons every single day and organize every day. My employer put me on their mud list as pro-union. What I want my coworkers want is simple and not complicated. We want respect. We want the discrimination to stop, and we want a contract now. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to make public comment this morning? Good morning.
Good morning, Brianna Carbajal, that's Briana Carbajal for the Culinary Union. My comments concern the letter sent by the Culinary Union to Senior Deputy Attorney General Edward L. McGaugh about Rampart Casino on May 21st, 2024, about the Rampart Casino at the resort at Summerlin and the gaming license of Shirazeli Jafarali Laji, who died on March 28th, 2020, but was listed as having an active gaming license until March 21st, 2024. Deputy Attorney General McGaugh confirmed that he sent the letter to the Nevada Gaming Control Board, and we are here in person to submit it. We ask you take 2 immediate steps pertaining to the deceased Mr. Laji and Regulation 9020. First, we request you determine who the living owner of Halfrig Stiftung is and whether Halfrig Stiftung is appropriately licensed. According to a May 19th Nevada Gaming Control Board location details report, Hotspurs Casino Nevada Inc. is owned by Hotspurs Resort Nevada Limited, which is owned by Hotspurs Global ZRT, which is owned by Halfrig Stiftung, which as of May 15th has no living person named on the Nevada Gaming Control Board's location detail report as an owner, beneficiary, or director. Second, we request you determine whether Regulation 9020 on the death or disability of licensee was appropriately enforced with respect to Halfrig Stiftung and Mr. Laji. Our reading of Regulation 9 raises several questions. The first one, was the Gaming Control Board notified immediately of the death of Shirazeli Jafarali Laji? Was an application for a temporary license submitted within 30 days of March 28, 2020? Did the board recommend to the commission that a temporary license be issued? If a temporary license was issued or recommended by the board, what period of time did the board deem necessary? Has any licensee paid to Mr. Laji's hair the profits that would have accrued to Mr. Laji without the hair having a gaming license? Has the board commenced review of any temporary license applications, if any, for replacement of Mr. Laji and or Halfrig Stiftung? In our view, a dead person with an active gaming license is not inappropriate for Nevada, and we are disturbed by the urgent need for transparency about who has replaced Mr. Laji's as an ultimate owner of Halfrig Stiftung and Rampart Casino. We are also deeply concerned that had the Culinary Union not said anything about Mr. Laji's death in a public comment in March, the Nevada Gaming Control Board location details report for Rampart Casino would have continued to miss Mr. Laji as a licensee, even though he is deceased. We thank you and request a response to our questions.
Thank you very much. And I can let you know that the Tax and License Division will be sending a letter in response to that.
Okay, perfect.
Very good.
Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to make public comment this morning? Yes, Judge Assad, please.
Thank you, Chairman Hendricks. I'd just like to give a shout out and a commendation to Nona Lawrence, Ed McGaugh, Mike Soms, our senior deputy attorney generals for doing an outstanding job this month. They've been working overtime and their work is much appreciated by me. So thank you much. Also a shout out to their chief, Darlene. She's been great assembling a dream team over there. So shout out to Miss Darlene Caruso as well, and to our Chief, good job over there. Luke Rippey, Nathan Adelson, and Chief, great job preparing us each and every month. So it's Carl Hoffman and Nathan. Thank you so much for the work you do each and every month.
Thank you, Judge. If there's no one else wishing to make public comment this morning, we will close the public comment section. And Madam Secretary, please read in the next item on the agenda.
Pursuant to NRS 241.035, this item is the consideration of the approval of the Nevada Gaming Control Board disposition for May 2024 and the meeting minutes for the workshop on May 23rd.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Let's take these as two separate items. I know that myself and all the board members have had an opportunity to review the disposition from last month, and I didn't have any comments or questions about them. Would either my fellow board members wish to make a motion regarding the disposition?
Yes, Chair, I'll make that motion. I move for approval of the Nevada Gaming Control Board disposition for May 2024 and the meeting minutes for the workshop held on May 23rd, 2024.
Thank you. Madam Secretary?
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye, that motion passes. And I've also had the opportunity to read and review through the minutes of our workshop from last month. If neither of my fellow board members has any questions or comments about the minutes, I would entertain a motion on those as well.
I move for approval of the Nevada Gaming Control Board meeting minutes for the workshop held on May 23rd, 2024.
Thank you. Madam Secretary?
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye, and that motion passes, bringing us, I believe, Madam Secretary, to non-restricted item number 1, correct?
Correct.
All right, please read that into the record.
Non-restricted number 1 is the application of Agriculture District number 13 for awarding of race dates for August 16th through August 18th, 2024.
Good morning, gentlemen. Please introduce yourself and spell your last name for the record for our court reporter.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Russ Neal, Deputy Chief, Gaming Control Board Enforcement out of Reno, last name spelling Niel. I also have with us Agent Andrew Olson, who prepared the investigative reports you have before you, and we can answer any questions you may have.
Yes, if you don't mind, please summarize for us what happened in last year's races and what the plan is for this year's races.
Good morning, everyone. Agent Andrew Olson, Nevada Gaming Control Board, OLSEN. In January 26, 2024, Ag District 13 of White Pine County filed an application with the Nevada Gaming Control Board requesting 3 parimutuel horse racing dates for August 16th through the 18th, 2024 to conduct parimutuel racing in Ely, Nevada. The races will be conducted over 3 consecutive days and are one of the most important events in Ely. The races receive a great deal of local support thanks to a strong local economy. The local gold mining companies, the state prison, and several other prominent local businesses are the foundation of the local economy and allow for substantial donations to be made to Agricultural District 13 to augment the purse funds. Additionally, the state of Nevada also provides funds to augment local purse money through NRS 463.320, Section 2C. Per statute, the state collects a percentage of all off-track parimutuel wagers made across the state and allocates the collected funds to counties who conduct on-track parimutuel wagering with populations of less than 100,000 persons. Ely received approximately $20,000 in support from the state in 2023, and similar allocations are anticipated for the 2024 race season. During the off-season, the Nevada Gaming Control Board has been busy building a new horse racing licensing system within its existing systems and gaming enterprise system. The new system's capabilities will allow for the digitization of data collection for all licensing functions, improve data retention, and allow for the generation of several reports, which will greatly improve the efficiency of the licensing process. Additionally, the system will allow the board to accept credit cards, generate electronic receipts, and use a digital licensing application, thus reducing the board's use of paper in the licensing process by over 90%. Last year's event went well overall, with the exception of Sunday's race card being canceled due to a thunderstorm and substantial rainfall. The parimutuel handle for 2023 in Ely was $90,000 approximately $90,000 after 18 races. This was considerably less than the prior year's handle of $105,000 after 22 races. Thankfully, there were no jockey injuries in 2023. However, there was one horse that suffered a traumatic head injury in the saddling paddock prior to race 1. The horse was examined by the state veterinarian, sedated, and humanely euthanized after being transported to the barn area. Ely ran a clean race meet last year with no Regulation 30 violation investigations being required. Regulation 30 stipulates the rules and conditions in which racing is to be conducted, as well as the permitted medications and medicating dosages for horses. We look forward to this year's race meet.
Thank you, Agent Olson. A great summary, and I appreciate you putting on the record how important these events are for some of our less populated counties. And of course, we want to support them as much as possible. I also appreciate you mentioning that our state statutes allow for an increase of the purse through parimutuel sharing. So that's always great to hear. And I guess we're looking for better weather this year to increase the purse stakes and the overall betting handle. So thank you for explaining that. Also very happy to hear that there were no medical violations or jockey injuries. So thank you for putting that all on the record. Questions from board members? Member Watkins?
Yes, good morning. Thank you for sharing all that information with us. It's very helpful in understanding. Is there a specific reason? Was it just the weather that led to the decrease in handle last year, or were there other factors?
I believe it was almost entirely due to the weather, ma'am. The handle that we had last year compared to the prior year indicated strong numbers as far as betting made at the windows. So I think when weather had a big impact on it.
And that was on Sunday, is that correct? The race day that was supposed to occur on Sunday?
Yes, ma'am.
And how many races were scheduled for that day?
8 races, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Judge Assad?
No questions. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Agent Olson. Is anything else you need to add before we vote?
No, sir.
All right, then, Madam Secretary, I would entertain a motion on this item. Who would be making that today? Is that you, Member Watkins?
I will make that motion, Chair.
All right, thank you very much.
I move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 1 is read into the record by Secretary Rupert.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Henry?
Aye, that motion passes. Thank you. Bringing us to non-restricted item 2, Madam Secretary.
Non-restricted number 2 is the application of the Elk County Fair Board for awarding of race dates for August 23rd, September 2nd, 2020.
Deputy Chief Neal or Agent Olson, please go ahead, summarize for us what happened last year in Elko and what the plans are for this year.
Yes, sir. On February 6, 2024, the Elko County Fair Board filed an application with the Nevada Gaming Control Board requesting 6 parimutuel horse racing dates to run through the period of August 23rd through September 2nd, 2024 in Elko, Nevada. 2 days of racing will commence the weekend, Friday and Saturday prior to Labor Day, followed by 4 consecutive race dates, 4 consecutive racing days over Labor Day weekend. The Elko County Fair has been a tradition for over 100 years, thanks to support from the community and strong local economy. The gold mining industry and all the support services required to keep operations running 24 hours a day, as well as many historic ranches and other prominent local businesses, allow for substantial donations to be made to the Elko County Fair Board to augment purse funds. Additionally, the state of Nevada also provides funds to augment local purse money through NRS 463-320 subsection 2C. Elko received approximately $50,000 in support from the state in 2023, and similar allocations are anticipated for the 2024 race season. The annual Blackjack Challenge will return to the Elko County Fairgrounds for the 2024 race season. The Blackjack Challenge was created to increase community involvement in horse racing via the use of local syndicates and has been very successful over the years. The syndicates purchase or lease horses every year, and members of the community are able to purchase a small stake in the syndicate of their choice and cheer them on as they run the final race of Memorial Day weekend. Last year's events went well overall, with the exception of the second half of the Memorial Day weekend Sunday card being canceled due to a thunderstorm and substantial rainfall. The parimutuel handle for the 2023 race meet in Elko was $267,000 after 50 races. The handle for 2022 was $273,000 after 49 races. Net income generated from fair activities for 2023 was approximately $97,000, and net income for 2022 was approximately $132,000. In 2023, the Elko County Fair Board initiated a full renovation project of their bathrooms located beneath the grandstands and fully anticipates they will be completed prior to the 2024 fair. There was one jockey injury that occurred in 2023. Jockey Joe Sains was ejected by his horse on the first turn out of the track after completing the fourth race. Sains sustained injuries to his right leg and was transported via private vehicle to the Northeastern Nevada Regional Hospital, where he received medical care. No horses were injured during the 2023 race meet. There was one horse that tested positive in post-race drug testing. The post-race urine sample contained the forbidden substance clenbuterol, which is not permitted at any level of dosage in the state of Nevada. The trainer of the horse was fined, and his portion of the winnings from the purse were redistributed to the other winners from the same race. And we anticipate a good racing season for Elko as well.
Thank you for that summary. And again, what a great event to have out in Elko for over 100 years. I'm sure this is extremely important for that community, provides a lot of economic support, and very happy to see that the Game Control Board can be involved in a small way and help ensuring these races are fair and available for the public to wager on. So really impressed by your presentation and glad to hear that we only had one violation. You said that was handled by a small fine, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, very good. And also really interested in hearing about the Nevada Blackjack Challenge. I know that's been going on a long time and creates a lot of community support. So thank you for explaining that for us again this year. I didn't have anything else to add. As I said, very happy to support this and very happy that we'll have agents out there making sure that everything runs smoothly. Also was very happy to hear you speak about our horse race licensing system that will get us more into the 21st century here with getting off of paper and getting computerized, taking credit cards and everything to make everybody's life easier out there. So thank you for explaining that as well. Member Watkins, did you have questions regarding the Elko County Fair?
Just quickly, Chair, thank you for sharing all that information with us, Mr. Olson. It sounds like a very, very exciting times. Looking forward to seeing the results on that. Do you know whether the jockey who was injured was able to make a full recovery and whether he'd be participating this year, or is that not information you have?
I believe he made a full recovery. As for his participation this year, the jockey roster changes every year, so won't know until we get to the track.
Okay, well, thank you for sharing that with us. That's all I have, Chair.
Judge Saad?
Yes, thank you, Chairman Hunter. I'd just like to echo your comments and also thank Agent Olson and Deputy Chief Neal for a very comprehensive report.
Great. So again, I guess in both locations, we're looking for a little better weather this year. So we'll keep our fingers crossed that all the races get in this year. I would entertain a motion then on non-restricted item number 2.
I move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 2 is read into the record by Secretary Rupert.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye. Motion passes. Thank you, gentlemen. Good luck out there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, that brings us to non-restricted item number 3.
Non-restricted number 3 is the application of Lake Tahoe Gaming Corporation doing business as Tahoe Nugget for a non-restricted gaming. It is also the application of the David Scott Tate Gaming Trust for licensure as sole shareholder and the applications of David Tate and Christy Tate licensure as an officer and director or key employee as noted on the agenda.
Good morning.
Good morning, Chairman Hendrick, Dr. Watkins, and Judge Assad, and Executive Secretary Rupert. My name is Sally Aboyan. I'm an enrolled agent authorized by NGC Regulation 10.020 to assist gaming applicants before the board and commission. I would like to introduce Mr. David Scott Tate, who is appearing in relation to the applications of Lake Tahoe Gaming Corporation doing business as Tahoe Nugget. We're here to answer questions that you may have.
Great. Good morning, Mr. Tate. Pleasure to see you again.
Morning. See you.
Why don't you tell us a little bit about this location and why this opportunity interested you?
pretty interesting project. As you may or may not be aware, TRPA started in the late 70s. Those guys came in and decided that we had enough gaming space and lodging units in the basin, and put basically a freeze on it is how it was described to me. So they went through and measured the square footage and cubic feet, believe it or not, very interesting, of the facilities, the gaming establishments, Tahoe Basin, and established what they call the holy grail of this is what will be, as well as accommodating the lodging units, and those are now referred to as tourist accommodation units. Even the smaller motel, all the motel lodging facilities in the basin kind of fixed, and so that happened. And as a result, and as we all know, very little gaming development has transpired in the Tahoe Basin for years. And this particular little location was referred to as Ed's Tahoe Nugget, and was in existence in the 70s. Ed's Tahoe Nugget surrendered their license in approximately 95-6, I'm guessing right there. I remember it because we were solicited to purchase it. We didn't have two nickels to rub together at that time, so it was not an opportunity for us. So they took the physical plant, repurposed it basically into restaurant, lodging, dining facilities. And they did that, and it was that way for 25 plus years, and almost 30 years. So it just kind of sat there, and I became knowledgeable about gaming in the Tahoe Basin and the TRPA and what have you about 2002, when we did explore purchasing the Bay Club. So I was somewhat familiar with the process and gaming in that basin. So I was a little blessed to go through that process, even though I got bid up. It was unsuccessful at that venture in 2002. And so during COVID, when we got shut down, and I was completely lost as a human being because I've never laid off a person in my life. It was very moving to me, to be real honest with you. Very tough. And it was tough for all businesses because you owe money and you have human beings at stake. We didn't know what was right in front of us at the time. You know how it turned out, but we know it was very disturbing. But at every trial and tribulation in life, there's opportunity. And so we thought about growing during that downtime, had opportunity to think about it. And so we started looking for locations. I ran across this building that was listed for sale, and had thought of just pure real estate investment. Didn't think about the gaming opportunities be associated with it. Got into escrow and was blessed to be aligned with a quality business relationship. A gentleman by the name of Gary Midkiff. Mr. Midkiff is from Georgia. I'm from the South, Mississippi. He's from Georgia. He had a consulting business, and interestingly, he was actually the director of TRPA in about 79 to 80. So he's quite familiar with the regulation, the process. So I myself visited with him, inquired as to if unrestricted gaming would be permitted in the basin. He thought it would be. So not being a little worried here, but just I think it's important to understand the process. And then gaming has never been resurrected in the Tahoe Basin in the history of Tahoe until this time. And so there's TRPA, but then there's NTRPA. I'm not sure if you're aware of that, but Nevada represents some of the local people there and from here serve on that board. So we had to go through following the process for NTRPA. We started down that trail, which took quite a bit of time, which involved very detailed drawings and measurements because we didn't have a computer with CAD to measure those original drawings and measurements, cubic feet, square feet, back in the 70s. So we had to go through this process and make sure that we confide with the specifications of TRPA, accomplish that, and so that's been approved of course. And so went before the Douglas County, filed for that application, approved. So we find ourselves here today before the State Gaming Control Board. Excited about the opportunity. Like to bring a little bit of local flavor to it. We wear our personality on our sleeve. We care about the people. We don't have stockholders to answer to, bondholders, so to speak. So we want to take a long-term approach to business, caring about the individuals that work there, caring about the people at the facility. So it's kind of a little longer story than I anticipated, but it is interesting because, again, it's never. I find it interesting because it's just.
Yeah, absolutely. Very interesting. I appreciate you going through some of that history. I wasn't aware of all that, and am very excited about the opportunity for you to create more jobs and more economy and growth in that area. So thank you for taking up the torch to present this project. I went through all the materials. I didn't have any questions. Obviously, your background is very well established with the Gaming Control Board and the Gaming Commission. You're very well known to the regulators here. You and Ms. Tate and your gaming trust have assembled quite a collection of non-restricted and restricted locations in some very important communities in our state. So I'm happy to support your applications today. What I'm interested in a little bit though is, do you think you're getting spread a little too thin? And do you have enough support staff? Obviously, you being a CPA and Ms. Tate being a CPA, not so much worried about that. You stay on top of all of the audit requirements and everything we have. But as you know, this is a very highly regulated industry. Do you feel like you have enough people in your compliance and enough support system to make sure that you don't step in any potholes?
Yes, sir. You're always going to find potholes. It's how you're going to respond to them. We all know that. I'm not going to sit here and tell you I'm perfect, but I'll tell you nobody's going to work harder at it than me. I'll promise you that. And it's recorded. We get up every day, we go to work, and we care about the state of Nevada, what it's done for my family, and what it means to us and the industry.
Good.
So as a result, we take that serious. And I'm just so excited, to be honest with you, about the state of Nevada right now and the steps. The last 2 years have been just amazing. This administration's got so much done for the state of Nevada. It's unbelievable. The last 2 years, 18 months. I am so proud of it. I mean, you guys have got work done. You finished stuff. And I'm really thankful. Sorry, I went off on that deal. Yes, we're very focused on the people. That's who we care about, find an opportunity for people. We brought on another person that's associated with this project, very senior gentleman. He's been in the business for 15 plus years, started down here. We will continue to bring on people, especially as I turn 60 this year. And, but plan to work. We do it fiscally responsible. So that piece of the puzzle is not as much pressure on us. So that works, Most of these projects get done more timely than we can get them done. We don't get in a hurry about it. We don't have people breathing down our neck to get that done. So it's a business strategy that seems to work for us. And so we're committed to developing people. There's no doubt I work hard and work a lot, but that's what I choose to do. That's what I like to do.
That's great. I appreciate that. And those who work hard usually find some luck, right?
They do find a building every once in a while in Tahoe Basin. I quit making any more of that stuff.
Good. Well, appreciate that. And as you know, there's conditions on your license about how many locations can be controlled by a key employee. And that's not any way to say that's a detriment on your license. That's actually just us trying to help you to spread the wealth a little bit, spread the responsibility. I noticed that you filed a key employee application on this one. You're a key employee with this one would be about 10 locations, including non-restricted and restricted. Is that correct?
We operate more than 10 locations.
But for you as a key employee actually on the license, right? Yeah.
But Chairman, you need to understand, I'm involved with every single location. I mean, this bank reconciliation will happen right here about 10 o'clock. You want to look at every one of them. You want to know what the cash is in every single location. Restricted, non-restricted, we'll be here at 10 o'clock. We're actively involved, grossly engaged. You don't have anybody to point fingers at other than me. There's not a bunch of layers, but that's kind of how we do it. but we are, I'm sensitive and I work a lot, and we're going to continue to work to grow our people. That's challenging, but we're going to do it right, guys and gals, and based on competency and capabilities.
I appreciate that, and also appreciate your comments about what the administration and this board is trying to do. We're trying to speed up the opportunity for people like you to do good things for our state and hire more people and create more tax revenue that does things like build roads and schools. So people like you are the backbone of this industry, and we appreciate it.
Something nice of you, but again, I can't stress enough the fact that you're doing something. There's action being taken by this board and by the staff, and you're blessed with the staff. Staff's not a cost, it's an asset. It's getting stuff done. I mean, look at the things you've rolled out. You've rolled out more in a year and a half than the prior 3 administrations. It's a cultural change. Something you have nothing to do with. Unemployment office is so much more responsive in doing things in the state. It's just so rewarding. And again, I get a little emotional about it because I just know how blessed I've been by being here.
Great. Appreciate that.
I know where I come from. And I know kind of where I'm at a little bit. We know the challenges in front of us, but this is a very special place. People need to recognize it and appreciate it more and not take it for granted.
Yeah. Thank you. Member Watkins, you have questions for Mr. Tate?
Yes, good morning, Mr. Tate. It was nice meeting you, trying to traverse our way through the building this morning. Thank you for that history and the context about the operation. Could you provide us with a little more information about your overall operation, just like a bird's eye perspective?
Yeah, it's an interesting question. If you want a summary of it, it's, a guy that started about 29 years ago, has a financial accounting degree background, audited operations here in Reno, larger capacity, got involved in the business. Our keys to success, what little bit we've incurred, comes from 2 things: fiscal responsibility, genuine concern and caring of human beings. Genuine concern and caring of human beings includes the employees, the agencies in which we do business with, as well as our guests, and the guests being the number one. But without them, everything else doesn't happen. Our operation is very flat and lean, as you can tell. So we don't have a lot of layers. We take a different approach to business. We're just very efficient. We work really hard at doing hard things. Look at every challenge as an opportunity to get better and to do something different. You take COVID, let's just say it for example, and you take the players that operate, especially in this town. They learned a lot from that. They were forced to make brave decisions that enhanced them fiscally. But, we could question that a little bit about the long-term aspects of it. I'm a little concerned about long-term meaning when I'm 6 feet under. I think we need to, as an industry, we need to be prepared for some challenges. But for us, we remain strong. We're not going to get confused. We know who we are. We're not, I'm not going to buy Harris property. It's not going to happen. That's not who I am. Could I run it? We could debate that a little bit. It's just not who we are. We're going to keep doing what we do, what we're comfortable doing, fiscally and responsible.
And what number location is this for you?
What number?
Mm-hmm.
Restricted, non-restricted?
Total.
17.
How many non-restricted do you have?
12.
And restricted. Okay. And can you tell us more specifically about the planned operations at this particular property?
Sure. This place is going to be pretty simple. It's 140 games to start. The technology and another thing, again, this has only been able to be achieved because of the technology that's available and has transpired in the industry, and the efficiencies and the controls that opportunity provides. But it'll be basically 140 games, very similar to the Dottie's operation right down the street that sits between Bally's and Harris right there. Very, very similar. Now, a lot of not real sexy, but very clean, very safe. Don't believe we're going to do any charging for parking there. We'll be the Lone Ranger there. But that's what we'll do. We'll probably have to control it during events, prohibit people from parking there for our guests a little bit. We want to make sure our guests park there, but where people don't park there and maybe walk down to that outdoor concert which is very nice. But the parking, paid for parking is a hot topic in the industry right now, I think.
Absolutely. I'm sure your patrons will appreciate they won't have to pay for parking. Can you talk more about whether you have a sports book plan and number of employees, restaurants?
Sure, that sports book, we have executed an agreement, with respect to William Hill, whom we share a relationship with for an extremely long time. We were actually the first kiosk in Northern Nevada back when it was Leroy's. And so we did that 20 years ago. And so that was, so we're a kiosk wager deal. Again, we know who we are. We're not going to have a live, and we're not going to do a race. At this time, we're not going to consider it, even though I think there's a market. There's quite a bit of market for that. That's something that we could bite off, I think, and it would be economically advantageous. That doesn't fit our business culture and company culture together. That takes a lot of time and attention to do it right. That sports wagering deal, and there's a market for race there as well. A lot of people that are quite wealthy that enjoy betting sports and race at a very high level. But hey, I don't do that. I'm not going to do that, and I'm not going to get talked into it.
Understood. And what about employees?
Employees are going to be very challenging. This be great opportunity to bring it up. We have a drug testing program in our company. We aspire to adhere to that. I think I'm about to be pushed as hard as I've ever been pushed in my life on that deal, especially in this market. But we plan to do that. We're blessed to have a property down the hill in Minden, operated for 10 years. So we have employee staff there to assist us in challenges and covering shifts and what have you. So that's kind of the game plan.
So you plan on migrating employees from your other properties?
Some, and then we'll build that up if there's problems and we come up. But we're going to go, we'll go. Communications these days is challenging. So, you've got to go. We're going to pursue those employees via the internet, of course, and social media and South Tahoe now. It's all electronic for the most part. And then, and we started that process and have a handful of applications.
How many are you looking to hire?
About 20.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That's all I have for you, Mr. Tate.
Judge Assad, questions?
Thank you, Chairman Hendricks. No questions really, but just overall, how many employees do you have overall?
285.
Yeah, well, God bless you for that. Thank you so much.
It's a challenge. It's just a challenge. It's a challenge.
And I want to thank you for the kind words you've bestowed upon the board and upon Governor Lombardo's administration. We're here because of his mandate when he gave a State of the Union address and wanted us to get stuff done. And that's what we're trying to do. And we appreciate kind words. And we also appreciate the entrepreneurial spirit that you bring to Nevada. You personify that entrepreneurial spirit that makes Nevada great and that makes this country great. So thank you for that. That's all I have. And I'm more than proud and happy to support your application.
Thank you. I just want to follow up and say, that's not what you're trying to do. That's what you're doing. There's a difference. A lot of people try to do things, and these people are getting stuff done. And it's really necessary. I've got unemployment claims from 5 years ago that are scheduled to be heard in August. And I had an issue 2 months ago, and it was taken care of in 2 weeks. There's a difference.
Appreciate that. And again, as I stated for the record, both you and Ms. Tate, you're obviously very qualified for these licenses and your applications today, based on both your background, education, and expertise, many years in the industry, and what you're providing in terms of jobs and opportunities. I'm very happy to support all these applications today. Ms. Aloyan, is there anything else you'd like to add for the record?
No, sir.
All right, appreciate it. I would entertain a motion then on non-restricted item number 3.
I move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 3 as read into the record by Secretary Rupert pursuant to the following condition. This surveillance system must be inspected and approved by the Gaming Control Board Enforcement Division within 60 days of issuance of the state gaming license and thereafter be maintained at or above the standard that is approved.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendricks?
Aye, the motion passes, and I assume Ms. Aloyan and Mr. Tate, you understand that condition being on the license. Very good. Appreciate you having it here today.
You bet.
Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, brings us to non-restricted item number 4.
Non-restricted number 4 are the applications of Kimihiko Higashio for licensure and or finding of suitability as an officer and or director as noted on the agenda.
Good morning, Mr. Light. How are you?
Good morning, Chair Hendrick, members of the board, Madam Secretary. For the record, my name is Glenn Light with the law firm Lewis Roker. I am accompanied at the podium by Kimihiko Higashio and Shinjo Kagawa. And for the record, I'll just spell their names. Mr. Higashio is K-I-M-I-H-K-O-H-I-G-A-S-H-I-O, and Mr. Kagawa is S-H-I-N-G-O-K-A-G-A-W-A. As the agenda shows, Mr. Higashio is the applicant. He has applied for a finding of suitability as a director and chairman of Konami Gaming, Inc., as the sole director and officer of Konami Corporation America, and as president of Konami Group Corporation. Mr. Kagawa is a general manager of the Investor Relations Office for Konami Group Corporation, and he will help translate for Mr. Higashio if and when necessary. Also in attendance is Steve Sutherland, who serves as president, chief executive officer, treasurer, and a director of Konami Gaming, Inc. We have Tom Gingoli, who serves as the executive vice president, chief operating officer, secretary, and director of Konami Gaming, Inc. We have Laurie Oak, who serves as the vice president, regulatory compliance for Konami Gaming, Inc. And last but not least, CJ Fisher is a partner and co-chair of the gaming department at Fox Rothschild. To begin, we would like to thank Senior Agent Brad Barnard for his work during this investigation. He is a credit to the board. As your records will show, Mr. Higashio is a long-standing licensee in Nevada. In September 2011, he appeared before the Gaming Control Board in connection with his application for a finding of suitability as then Vice President, Chief Administrative Officer, and a representative director of Konami's publicly traded parent, Konami Group Corporation. We're appearing before you today because in 2020, Mr. Higashio was appointed as director and chairman of Konami Gaming, Inc., which, as you know, is a licensed manufacturer and distributor in the state. He was also appointed the sole officer and director of Konami Corporation America, which is a 100% owner of Konami Gaming, Inc. And lastly, he was appointed the president of Konami Group Corporation, which, as I mentioned, is the publicly traded Japanese parent company. With your permission, Mr. Higashio would like to make a brief affirmative presentation, and then we'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Appreciate that, Mr. Light. Yeah, we'd love to hear from Mr. Higashio and his translating help here. And please just ask him to go a little bit slowly so that the court reporter doesn't need to pick up the Japanese, but the translation. Good morning.
Good morning, Chair Hendrick, members of the Commission, and Madam Secretary. For the record, my name is Kimihiko Higashi. By way of background, I attended Okayama University in Japan, for both my undergraduate degree and graduate degree in engineering from 1980 to 1986. Once I graduated, I began to work for a Japanese multinational technology company. I worked for that company until 1997, when I left to join Konami. Konami offered me the opportunity to leverage my software engineering degree. I started working for Konami, and I also took on the role of director of Konami Group Corporation shortly thereafter. Since then, I have served various positions within the Konami organization. As noted, I currently serve as the president and representative director of Konami Group Corporation. In this role, I oversee various departments within Konami Group Corporation, including the Finance Department, Human Resources, General Affairs, Audit Office, Investor Relations, and the Secretarial Office. I report to Kagemasa Kozuki, who is the chairman and representative directors, as well as to the board of directors. I also serve as a sole statutory officer, director, and chairman of Konami Corporation of America, which is the 100% owner of Konami Game. A representative director and chairman of Konami Digital Entertainment, which develops entertainment contents, including video games, trading cards, and senior managing director of Kozuki Foundation, which aims to improve people's quality of life through the promotion and development of sports, educational, cultural, and social support related activities. With specific regard to Konami Gaming, my role as director and chairman is to ensure the company continues to experience steady growth. I convene the board of directors meeting and oversee the executive department of Konami Gaming. Steve Sutherland, who is the president and chief executive officer of KGI, report to me. I don't report to anyone within Konami Gaming other than my duty to report to the other directors in my role as chairman. Because I am a citizen and resident of Japan, I visit the United States only a few times a year. That said, I am in frequent communication with the board of directors and executive department, which, as you know, both are wealth of knowledge and expertise in the gaming industry. The board of directors meet four times a year with frequent video conference meetings with Steve Sutherland, President CEO, and Tom Jingoli, CEO. I am happy to answer any question you may have. Thank you.
Domo arigato, Mr. Higashio. Your English is much better than my Japanese. Appreciate you being here today and making a long trip over to be in front of us. As Mr. Light stated, you were in front of the board approximately 13 years ago. Tell us a little bit how your life and your company's changed over the last 13 years.
2020年にコナミグループの社長に就任し、続いてコナミゲーミングの、取締役会長を就任しております。
So since the year 2020, get close to that mic so we can get you on the recording. Thank you.
Yes, since 2020, I have been the president of Konami Group Corporation. And I have also been the board member as well as the chairman of Konami Gaming.
Very good. And obviously, we have a very extensive background investigation on you that was updated since we saw you 13 years ago. Your background and extensive gaming license history around the world certainly make you qualified to be licensed again in the state of Nevada. Had no concerns with your application. I am curious, you said you come to the United States a couple of times a year. How much of your responsibility crosses over to Nevada, or is that all left to Mr. Sutherland and Mr. Jingoli?
そうですね。13年前もこちらお越しいただきまして、 調査上もですね、特に問題点は何も見つかっておりません。で、先ほど、年に何回かアメリカへお越しになるということでございますけれども、現在このネバネにおけるですね、責任者というのは基本的に、もう日々の業務というのはサザーランドさんにお任せになっているんでしょうか。
おっしゃる通り、スティーブ・サザーランド氏とトム・ジングル氏に、権限移譲して適宜、レポートをしてもらうようになっています。
Yes, that is correct, sir. The day-to-day operation here in Nevada is being handled by our CEO at Konami, Steve Sutherland, and also COO Tom Gingoli, and they report to me on a regular basis.
And timely video conference, frequent communication.
Sure. Thank you for that. With your expertise and your worldwide view, how do you feel about the gaming industry as a whole around the world? How do you think the health of the gaming industry is from your viewpoint?
そうですね。で、東おっしゃったの観点で、このゲーミング業界全体ですね、現在、どのような状況だというふうに捉えておらっしゃいますでしょうか。
ゲーミング業界は先日のパンデミックで大きな影響を受けたわけですけども、今は完全に業界としては回復して活況しているというふうに思っています。
Yes, so with regards to the gaming industry, of course, the overall industry has been impacted by the recent pandemic. However, I do understand that the market and the industry has already fully recovered from that.
Thank you for that. I also wanted to ask, you heard from the previous gentleman, Mr. Tate. He was talking about the things the Gaming Control Board has done to try to help the industry. Are you aware of everything that Nevada's tried to do to speed up the getting gaming products to the floor for our customers here in Nevada?
はい、そうですね。で、この、ゲーミングコントロールボードはですね、ネバダ州に対して、できるだけ早くですね、このゲーミング機器をですね、フロアに届けるという努力をしてきたということは、ご認識されておりますでしょうか。
Yes.
Good. Yeah, that's something, as the judge mentioned, our governor kind of challenged us with an opportunity to speed up the chance for entrepreneurs, companies like yours that are trying to get technology out to the customers. And so I'm asking that of all manufacturers at this point is we're putting a lot of effort, a lot of time, a lot of government support behind it. So certainly want to be sure that the efforts are being recognized by the industry.
はい、そうですね。州知事ですね、こういったメーカー、機器メーカーに、対して、できるだけ早くですね、商品を届けてほしいというような要望もございますので、このような形で、すべてのですね、機器メーカーに対して、その点をお伺いしています。
I see.
I didn't have any other questions. As I mentioned earlier, your background investigation is very thorough and was updated, and just wanted to thank you for your cooperation with our agents. We know it's a lengthy process. You've gone through it in many jurisdictions, but wanted to thank you for being open and honest as possible with our agents as we go through this extremely important background investigation.
で特に、調査上ですね、見つかってございません。いろいろ長い期間にわたってですね、調査にご協力をいただきまして、誠にありがとうございます。
Thank you.
Member Watkins, did you have questions for Mr. Higashio?
Good morning, Mr. Higashio.
Good morning.
Thank you for being here with us today. As the chair mentioned, you have an extensive licensing history here in Nevada and lengthy, a very successful career with Konami, and congratulations on your increasing roles with Konami and success within the company. Konami is well known. As he stated, I just have one question, and it's related to your role in global risk management. Could you tell us more about that?
Risk management. はい、そうですね。リスクマネジメントの観点において、社長の役割というのを、お聞かせいただけますでしょうか。
KGI の、レギュラトリーコミッティということで、コナミグループの方に設置をされていて、そちらでコンプライアンス、リスクマネジメント含めて報告をしてもらうようになっています。それに加えて、 コナミグループにリスクマネジメント委員会があって、各、事業会社のリスク情報は適宜報告が上がってくるような仕組みになっています。
So at Konami Gaming, we have a regulatory committee which handles all compliance and risk management related matters. And in addition to that, at Konami Group Corporation, we do have a risk management committee where all the Konami Group subsidiaries report to in terms of risk related matters.
And what role does he play in that?
社長はその中でどういった役割を担っていらっしゃるでしょうか。
はい、レギュラティコミッティのメンバーでありますし、コナミグループリスクマネジメント委員会の委員長であります。
Yes, and he is a member of the regulatory committee at Konami Gaming, and he is also the chair of the risk management committee at Konami Group Corporation.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Judge Assad, do you have questions for Mr. Higashio?
Yes, thank you, Chairman Hendricks. Your very impressive resume, starting with your MBA in engineering and working your way up through this company. I'm more than happy to support your application. You'll be an excellent officer, director, and now president. I want to commend you for hiring Mr. Gingoli. He's been doing an excellent job for you. And I don't know if he told you this or not, but we are now neighbors. Konami is right next door to us. The control board moved in right next door to you. So welcome, neighbor. It's great to see you, and welcome to Las Vegas, and we hope to see more of you in the future.
本日ありがとうございます。ご経歴ですね、素晴らしくて、ぜひですね、引き続き成功されてればと思います。トム・ジンさんもですね、いろいろ大変日頃から助けていただいてまして、はい、感謝をしております。我々このゲームコントロール部のコナミのオフィスの近くに引っ越して、ご近所さんとなりますので、よろしくお願いします。
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Mr. Light, do you or Mr. Higashio have anything else to add?
No, nothing further.
Very good. Thank you. Then I would entertain a motion on non-restricted item number 4.
I move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 4 as read into the record by Secretary Rupert.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye. Motion passes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Have a good day. Thank you. Madam Secretary, that brings us to non-restricted item number 5.
Non-restricted number 5 is the application of Rajendran Balanghan for finding of suitability as an officer at Caesars Entertainment, Inc. I believe we have a disclosure on this item.
Disclosure?
Yes, Chair Hendrick, I do have a disclosure to make on this agenda item. My partner is an accountant at Caesars, and I have no pecuniary interest in this matter. And I do not believe that the independence of judgment of a reasonable person will be affected by this relationship. I therefore intend on fully participating and voting on this agenda item.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Burnett.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Madam Secretary, A.G. Burnett with McDonald Carano here representing Caesars Entertainment, Inc. Before you, as Madam Secretary noted, is Mr. Rajendran Balagan. He is the Chief Information and Product Transformation Officer for the company. He's here to tell you about himself, should you wish. He is asking for a finding of suitability as an officer. We'd like to thank Heather Lambert. She was great to work with. Mr. Ambalagan is prepared to give you an overview of himself, should you wish.
Thank you, Mr. Burnett. Yes, please, Mr. Umbalagan, please step up and tell us how to properly pronounce your name so we get it right, and then tell us a little bit about yourself and this position you have with the company.
Will do. Good morning, Chairman Hendricks, board members of the board, Dr. Watkins and Judge Assad, and Madam Secretary. Just a little bit about myself. Born back in India, a place called Chennai, a coastal city. My dad and my mom. My dad is He did agriculture, bachelor's in agriculture, and then he went into microbiology, and then ended up being a banker. And he retired 15 years ago. They still live in India. And my mom studied law, decided to become a homemaker. I have a sister. I'm the youngest one. I've got one sibling. My sister, she retired as a teacher. And then my dad, he has this passion for computers. Right at about, I would say probably when I was in elementary school, while he was doing the day job, was banking job, in the evening he would just come and just bought a computer of his own, and then started studying books, and then he would just manage his home accounts in computer. So my interest and my passion, I got from my dad. So I got interested into computers, and that's what got me into doing my bachelor's. If you look at my bachelor's, I did in University of Madras in computers and engineering. And just a little bit brag about this great school. It's one of the well-known reputed school down there. It has about 40 plus campuses across the country. And I was so passionate about that course itself. I came top ranked from my bachelor's, and then I did not want to join job while even doing bachelor's. I kind of helped space research organization study weather patterns and whatnot, just more like a computer geek. And then I wanted to go into an IIT to do my master's, but my job with the research as I was doing college took a lot more, so I did not even prepare for my master's. So what I did is, instead of waiting, I immediately joined a company called Larsen & Toubro, which is a lot of European based and has a huge presence in India. Through that, I started doing a lot of work for Canada Telecom Company, and then few of the Dun & Bradstreets in London, and few of those firms. Within few years of graduation and then joining L&T, they sent me down to, they had a partnership with AT&T, now AT&T, back then it was SBC. It was a partnership where I had to come down to St. Louis for 3 months. I had no plans of staying in St. Louis. The 3 months became 6 months. They wanted me to take on more and more projects. They meaning AT&T, now AT&T back SBC. And then after a year, they negotiated terms with L&T, and they wanted me to come on board as a full-time to run the department. It's basically, back then SPC was doing a long distance filing. And I'm dating myself, so I kind of helped them with that whole process from a technology standpoint. And then I was with them for about 14 years total. And then the opportunity knocked my door from Panera. It was run the digital organization, because back then in the fast casual, nothing was done, and not much was done in digital. Everything was in the four walls of the cafe. So I love the brand. I'm a frequent visitor to Panera. I said, it's a great opportunity for me to just join them and transform and build a digital. And I'm so proud of what we were able to accomplish in the 12 years I was down there. A phenomenal group of team members. I loved every bit of it. And then came Caesar's opportunity, came knocking the door. And for me, I could do my job in sleep in Panera. For me, I always, when I felt I need to move myself out of my comfort zone, that's when I learned the best. So I took this opportunity with Caesar's. I have no background on the gaming side of the house. But when I joined Panera, I had zero background in the F&B itself. The way I learned about Panera business is, even before I would go into work, for the first 2 months, I told that I would do every single job inside the cafe to learn about the business before I even sit in front of a computer to do my job. And that's how I learn about it. So going to a new industry does not scare me. It's an opportunity for me to learn. And then on the family side, married to my lovely wife for 23 years. In fact, the first place before marriage, we met in California. And the first place we went to was Lake Tahoe and Reno. And I keep telling her that since that we haven't been here. So I keep telling my wife that we definitely will come down here. And I've got 2 kids. My daughter is she's going to be going sophomore in Vanderbilt and Nashville, Tennessee. And my son, younger one, he's going to be a freshman in high school in fall. that's about me in a nutshell. Any questions I may answer?
Great. Appreciate that. Tell me, don't believe I've seen the title before of Chief Information and Product Transformation Officer.
Absolutely.
Tell me how that came about.
Sure. It's kind of an unusual title. Usually it's a chief information officer or chief technology officer. One of the discussion as I was actually coming on board with Caesars prior to me joining, there were two big things that we wanted to accomplish within Caesars. One is technology, and the other one is product transformation. By product transformation, basically about how do you just not doing things not for the sake of technology, but it's serving either our team members who is facing our guest or enhancing the experience of team members. So looking through that lens, don't start with the technology. Instead, look through the lens of what are we trying to truly solve for the team members? How do we simplify things for our team members, get the information that they would need readily available to them so they can serve the guests better? At the same time, how do we think in terms of guests are patrons as their journey? Like it more of their journey is they're coming here to have a good time with their family and friends. How do we make sure that their journey has less friction? And that's the product transformation. It's more looking through the lens of a product, leveraging technology to enhance experience.
Yeah. Appreciate that. Good explanation. I hadn't seen that title before. You've filed applications in several other jurisdictions. Perhaps you or Mr. Burnett know, is a number of gaming jurisdictions requiring chief information officer to file or be found suitable?
You know, that's a good question, Mr. Chairman. I don't know. I know it is in Nevada, of course. In other jurisdictions, I can't speak to that.
Yeah, so I see you've filed in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Missouri, and Indiana.
Yep.
Obviously, Caesar's in a lot of jurisdictions. And you gone through the Nevada process here recently. How would you compare that to going through the other states' process?
I think I had the pleasure of meeting the board in person, and that's only with Nevada. The other states, I would say 2 states have approved, and other states are in the process. I'm not sure. It's new for me. I'm just kind of learning different states having different process. So it's 2 is approved. The third one, all the rest of them are in progress.
Understood. And you were able to put your entire life in one collective basket, right? Now you know everything about yourself and it's all in one place.
Yes.
Good. Great. I didn't have any other questions based on your background and your experience being involved in the technology industry. It was a pleasure to go through your background and review everything you've done. And I'm happy to support your application. But of course, want to hear from fellow board members. Member Watkins, do you have questions?
Yes, good morning. Well, just first and foremost, congratulations on your success in various industries. And thank you so much for your detailed background and informative background, affirmative statement. You said you had the opportunity to work at every job in the cafe. Is that correct?
Yes.
And so can you tell us a little bit more about that experience and what kind of insights you gained from it?
Absolutely. After going through all the jobs in the cafe, the one job I told the manager that I would not ever try to do is being in the line during the lunchtime. And when I had to do that, the only thing I told them that I would try to do so that I don't mess up the order for the guest is I would pour soup. And then the job that I could do that because of that pretty much I do every day at home is washing dishes. So I did that, and then the part that I also enjoyed is being in the floor. So there is a back of house, and then there's a front of houses. That's how it's called. The front of house is pretty much where the guest comes in and dine. Enjoyed conversing with the guest and saying what has their experience been, what would benefit their experience. So that not only gave me an opportunity to learn the business, but also gave me an opportunity to interact with the guest to learn what we could do that in turn will help their experience while they're at the cafe. And then did the open shift, closing shift, did the catering delivery orders. That's when, while the digital was not, it's at infancy, Canada was doing a lot of catering orders. So I would run with the catering delivery person to the home to deliver. So pretty much every single job I did for about 6 to 8 weeks.
And how did that help to provide you with technology solutions? Was there a direct benefit?
Yeah, for me, learning the business, learning what the day-to-day operationally team members having to go through, what they are doing in front of the guest, and what, there is a lot of interactions that is very, very, satisfactory. Guest, have a great experience, but there are also experiences where it's not that great, but the brunt of it is taken by the team member who is serving them. So in appreciating the hardships that they go through, in turn helped us to prioritize those projects in a way that how are all the things that we do to simplify their role so that they can serve the guests better. Those type of things kind of gave a lot of insight that I would never have gained those insight just being in an office.
Okay, that's I have not heard that yet, that approach, but it sounds very rational and reasonable and practical, and it's humbling. Do you anticipate that Caesars will allow you to take on a similar role to help provide those technology solutions?
Absolutely. It's I have any opportunity I find, I would just walk the floor, trying to kind of observe a lot of things. Coming from an F&B, sometimes I would go dine in the restaurant, but mostly to interact with the team members there. So there are a lot of ways that I can learn. It's about 50 plus properties. It's hard to hit all the properties, but in the initial few months, I was able to hit 6 or 7 properties, spend a lot of time with the team members. But the journey has just started. I plan to spend a lot more time with the operators and learn more from them. And that's where I am.
Well, it's just great to hear that you're on the ground floor, seeing things on the ground floor so that you can really understand what's happening at the company and help bring some transformative change. I was interested, as the chair mentioned, about your title as product transformation officer as well. And I think you explained that well. So thank you. And I look forward to seeing the solutions that you help bring to the gaming industry.
Thank you.
Judge Assad. Thank you, Chairman Hendricks, and welcome. Nice to see you, Mr. Aboudan. You're eminently qualified, no doubt about that. Special Agent Lambert did an excellent job of preparing us with a very comprehensive report, so I don't really have any concerns or questions. But you are aware that Caesars did get hacked last year, I'm sure, right, along with MGM. And as part of your responsibility as a CTO, right? You'll be in the technology area. I just would encourage you to get really familiar with Regulation 5.260 because it has certain requirements. One is to do an initial assessment, risk assessment, and regarding any potential hacks. Second, God forbid, if you are hacked, then you need to have a notification requirement to the board, and then the duty to investigate. And then after that, you have a obligation to keep all those records, I believe, for about 5 years. And I was just curious, do you plan on incorporating any Palantir or CrowdStrike or any of these outside companies to help you transition into the world of technology?
Absolutely. I'm getting familiar with a lot of our internal regulatory board, the committee, for the especially 5.260, what are all the requirements, what's required, and the board is on top, and the internal committee is on top of it. On top of that, we also have employed a lot of those external partners, the cybersecurity partners, and we are kind of leveraging their expertise. We've already been leveraging them. We're also double clicking and leveraging more and more of them and trying to see what more should we continue to do, because it's a journey.
Right.
It's the tactics and everything's changed, and how do we keep ahead of everybody? That's the key. So through that, we do a lot of internal. So we brought in a new CISO, joined us with a plenty of experience in that space. So we're kind of double clicking and saying, how do we continue to strengthen?
Excellent. Well, I'm sure you'll do very well, and I'm more than happy to support your application.
And as Chief Information Officer, you report to the Chief Financial Officer. Is that correct? Yes. Do you think that's the most optimal structure, to have the CIO report to a CFO?
The reporting structure varies by company. I'm used to usually CIOs, sometimes reporting the CFOs, sometimes reporting the chief operating officers, and sometimes reporting the CEO directly. But within Caesars, regardless of the reporting structure, the autonomy to be able to do what's required for technology. So I'm kind of dotted line to the CEO, the president, and the CFO. Yes, officially that's the reporting structure, but culturally, I have the autonomy to be able to do what to be done. That's why I was brought in to be able to do that. And I not say I've been with Caesars for almost close to a year now. Didn't see any difference whatsoever by that reporting structure.
Appreciate you explaining that. How about the CISO? Do they remain independent from the CIO and everybody else with you're talking about the dotted lines?
The CISO is again, organizationally reporting into me, but the CISO is part of different committees. So CISO directly interacts with all the C board and have the direct relationship with all of them. And the reason why we chose to go with the CIO is because there is so much of technology when it comes to cyber. They need to be hand in hand, it's strengthening. When we talk about strengthening the posture, continuing to strengthen the posture, there's so much of synergies between the two. It needs to be prioritized because we need to make sure security is given a top priority and it's a separate track that needs to run, mobilizing all the resources within technology to be able to execute on all of them. That kind of, we felt, and typically most of the organization, that's how it kind of structured. And for the very same reason, it's all about prioritizing and executing them in a way that's very, very coordinated.
Yeah, I appreciate that. The Gaming Control Board recently was able to hire an information security officer, and it's extremely important that somebody is thinking about it from the time they wake up to the time they go to bed. The ability to prevent fraud, to prevent hacking, to do everything that you're talking about is extremely important. And in a much smaller way, the government understands that as well, and we're trying to protect our own systems. Along with the Office of Chief Information Officer throughout the state. So glad to hear that you've got the CISO and the CIO, and everybody is thinking all the times about protecting everything you need to do for customers' information, employees' information, and everything else. So glad that you're on top of it.
Absolutely. Yeah,
great. Do you have anything else, Mr. Burnett?
No, Mr. Chairman, I think you can tell by the record before you that Raj is better in this role than a dishwasher for the company. Very qualified, and we just ask for your affirmative approval.
Very good. Thank you. I would entertain a motion then on non-restricted item number 5.
I move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 5 is read into the record by Secretary Rupert.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad.
Aye.
Member Watkins.
Aye.
Chairman Hendricks.
Aye, the motion passes. Thank you for being here. Good luck to you. Thank you, Mr. Burnett. Bringing us, Madam Secretary, we've been doing this now for about an hour and a half. Is our court reporter need a break, or should we plow through for another 30 minutes?
Let's keep going.
Okay, members, we okay for going for 30 minutes?
Sure.
All right. Bringing us then, Madam Secretary, to non-restricted item number 6.
Non-restricted number 6 is the application of Michael Shaughnessy for finding of suitability as a director at Full House Resorts, Inc.
Good morning, Mr. McGinnis.
Good morning, Chair Hendrick, Member Watkins, Member Assad, Secretary Rupert, Sean McGinnis with Butler Snow. On behalf of Full House Resorts, to my right is Michael Shaughnessy, who's for you to be found suitable. Mr. Shaughnessy has actually been licensed, found suitable on several prior occasions, but they all predate the tenure of anybody who's on the board at this point. So I thought what would make sense is to have him give a little biography of himself and an introduction, and then we can open up for questions if that works.
Thank you, Mr. McGinnis. That'd be great. Good morning, Mr. Shaughnessy.
Morning.
Pleasure to have you here. Tell us a little bit about yourself. And
Actually, I think Mr. Burnett was in your chair the last time.
good. Well, he kept it warm for me.
My background is much less interesting than the 3 prior applicants up here this morning.
I doubt that. We're very interested in hearing about it.
I've been in the gaming business for about 35 years now. Started in Atlantic City and then very quickly transitioned to the state of Nevada, and spent most of my career in the state of Nevada. I've been in both the finance side of the business and operations side of the business, split about equally. I have my master's degree in accounting. That's what I went to school for. Served as a chief financial officer for several different public gaming companies over the years, some very small, some very big. And then I was in charge of operations for companies. Retired as the president and CEO of Nevada Golden Casinos, which was a very small gaming company after having worked the prior 7 years for one of the larger gaming companies, MGM Resorts and Casinos, as a senior vice president of operations. So my diverse experience is pretty wide, both in terms of size of companies. I've also been exposed to different jurisdictions, but predominantly the state of Nevada is where most of my operational finance experience has been. I now serve on the board at Full House Resorts. Been there for several years, and I'm now stepping into the role of being chairman of the audit committee.
Pleasure to have you here, and your background is very impressive. And as you said, you've been involved in the gaming industry for several decades, and so your experience, your times before the board, make you eminently qualified for this position. I am interested to hear a little bit about what your role is and your time commitment is as chair of the audit committee.
As chair of the audit committee, the time commitment has become much more significant than sitting on the board as the director. Your previous candidate talking about cybersecurity and hacking, and all of that has kind of fallen under the purview and responsibility of the audit committee for the most part. We get assistance from the compliance committee, but it's primarily the audit committee's responsibility to be on top of it. We have bolstered the staff in the last couple of years by hiring a vice president of internal audit operations and compliance. The diversity of our properties spread across a number of states and different regulations. Some of our audit and compliance staffs are more significant at different locations, depending on the state's regulatory environment. So it's very good to finally have it now a corporate function, kind of brings them all together, coordinates it a little better, and predominantly has been charged also with paying attention to some of the risk management in the IT function that had not been something that at the property level, we really had the talent to address. We now do.
Yeah, happy to hear that you're focusing on those new responsibilities that we're facing in the computer age, and a lot of things that I'm sure wasn't an audit function several years ago. And also very happy to hear that you're staffing up to be sure that you can adequately handle those responsibilities. So appreciate your update on that. Member Watkins, did you have questions for Mr. Shaughnessy?
Good morning, Mr. Shaughnessy. I don't have any questions or concerns. You have an extensive background, and I'm very happy to support your application.
Thank you. Glad you're on the board too.
Judge Assad.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Hendricks. Very impressive resume, eminently qualified. You've got, decades in the gaming industry. So I'm more than happy to support this application. You've been licensed, found suitable 3 times prior. So you're on your way. Good luck.
Yeah, as the judge said, you've been before the board 3 other times. So what we have here is an update. Appreciate you cooperating with our agents to get us the information that tells us about your life, your responsibilities over the last 8.5 years since we saw you last time, and extensive record on you. I'm also very happy to support your application today.
Contrary to what some believe, the process is not really that onerous or invasive.
Good. Well, we'll try to make it a little harder for you next time.
And Raquel Bridges did a great job of seeing to it that it was not either of those.
Very happy to hear that. And that's part of our responsibility. We need the information, but we're not here to try to make it onerous. We're not trying to make it difficult on anybody. We're just trying to get to all the answers we need, and cooperation usually makes that easier.
Easiest.
Great. Mr. McGinnis, anything else you'd like to add?
I just also wanted to recognize Agent Raquel Bridges, who was fantastic to work with on this.
Great. Appreciate that. I would entertain a motion then on non-restricted item number 6.
I move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 6 is read into the record by Secretary Rupert.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad.
Aye.
Member Watkins.
Aye.
Chairman Hendricks.
Aye. Motion passes. Good luck to you. Thank you. Bringing us to non-restricted number 7, Madam Secretary.
Non-restricted number 7 is the application of Manharlal Ratilal for finding of suitability as a director at Genting Berhad.
Good morning, Ms. Okerberg.
Good morning, Chair Hendrick, Member Watkins, Member Assad, Madam Secretary. For the record, I am Erica Okerberg. I am Nevada Gaming Counsel to Genting Berhad. Here with me today is the applicant, Mr. Ratilal. He also goes by George. He is a first-time applicant and has applied as the chair of the audit committee. Since he's a first-timer here, I thought he would provide a little background for you and tell you about his duties and responsibilities for the audit committee.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning, Chair Hendrick, Member Watkins, and Member Assad. Yes, I'm called George instead of my real name, which is Manhala Ratilal. It's a bit of a tongue twister. So George is much preferred. By way of background, I studied in the United Kingdom for 7 years, 2 years doing my pre-college, 3 years doing my degree in accountancy, and 1.5 years doing my MBA in business administration. That was in 1984. So I graduated in 1984 and came back to Malaysia and joined an investment bank. And built a career in investment banking for 18 years, handling all kinds of investment banking work, advisory work, corporate finance, the debt and equity markets. And for the last 5 years of my 18 years, I was the managing director of the bank. And I left the bank in 2002. And in 2003, I joined Petronas, which is an oil and gas corporation in Malaysia, the largest company in the whole of Southeast Asia. And I joined as the vice president and group CFO. So I spent 15 years in Petronas and retired in 2018. And then joined 4 boards, not immediately after I retired, but the first board I joined was Genting Berhad. They contacted me and asked me whether, because of my past experience in a large corporation and being, a director of several companies within the Petronas group of companies, many of those are public listed companies. And I said that, as Genting is a very prominent company in Malaysia, I said I'd be happy to be nominated. And went through the nomination process and became a director of Genting Berhad in March 2019. And soon after that, I was opted into the audit committee of Genting Berhad. And in June last year, when the previous chairman of the audit committee retired, I was asked to take over the chair of the audit committee. And so I as chairman of the audit committee, I ensure that the terms of reference of the audit committee are fully complied with, that we carry out our roles and responsibilities according to the terms of reference. At the same time, making sure that we deal with the external auditors, reviewing their appointment, their fees, and making sure that the accounts and the financial statements of Genting Group are true and fair, especially the financial position, the operational results, as well as the liquidity position. And aside from Genting Berhad, I'm also a director of 3 other companies in Malaysia. 2 of them are regulated. There's Hong Leong Bank, Hong Leong Investment Bank, and the third one is a small service provider for the oil and gas industry. So that's pretty much my short background. Be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Very good. Thank you for going through your background. I appreciate that. You mentioned you work with the external auditors. How much do you get involved as chairman of the audit committee with the actual operations of the company? And what I'm specifically interested in is internal audit. Do you get involved in that?
Yes, I do.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, that's the other mandate of the audit committee, is to go through the internal audit reports. That happens frequently in Genting. We have 4 private meetings with the internal audit, and then 4 other meetings, with management and the internal auditors. and 2 private meetings with the external auditors as well, where management is not present, and we can ask them anything we want. So the meetings are pretty well scheduled. So typically you have, I would say, around 10 meetings a year for the audit committee.
We will get as granular to the property where you get involved in, let's say, for example, the Gaming Control Board sent I wouldn't call it a minor infraction letter, a violation letter. Do those kind of things rise to your level?
For Resorts World Las Vegas?
Correct.
Yeah. No, it doesn't.
It would be encompassed, I assume, in the internal audit package, but rather than the specific violations, is that correct?
Yeah. So internal audit package will, comprise a summary of all the audits that's undertaken by Resorts World here. Most of them, we'll try and look and see whether there's anything to be of concern about. The findings for Resorts World have always been fairly, medium, low risk. Yeah. Regarding compliance, is being handled by the compliance team in Resorts World, who report to the board of directors of Genting Assets, which is directly above Resorts World. Nuances and all that regarding local laws and regulations is a bit difficult for us in Malaysia to be handling that, and it'll just be too convoluted for us. So the people over here, are more proficient at handling that.
Understood. Yeah, Ms. Okerberg.
If I could just add to that, the Genting Assets Board of Directors has on it management members from Genting Berhad. So it includes, for example, the CFO of Genting Berhad, the CEO or the president, and the deputy CEO, as well as the Resorts World executives. So they oversee it at that level, which is an intermediary company between Genting Berhad and Resorts World Las Vegas.
Understood. How many total properties does Genting have?
We have, it's quite a large company, fairly big group. So we have 3 publicly listed companies below Genting Berhad. One is Genting Malaysia, which is listed, and they have their own governance structure, their own internal audit. They will run through all the details, operational matters in Genting Malaysia. Not very far off from the management of Resorts World, looking at details of Resorts World. We also have Genting Singapore, which is also a casino, fully licensed, pretty big as well in Singapore. One of the 2 in Singapore. They are pretty much self-contained. Yeah. And the third one would be Genting Plantations, which does oil palm and a few other agricultural products. And they are also fairly self-contained. So at the Genting Berhad level, we'll be looking at making sure that standards across the group, are similar. Looking at the financial performance and contribution of those 3 companies into Genting Berhad in the group. And at the same time, for Genting Berhad, we also have some other non-listed companies which are involved in life sciences, a small unit in oil and gas, which we are developing right now. So the audit committee and the board of Genting Berhad will be looking at all of this, but not in granularity compared to something you might find the board of Resorts World looking into Resorts World. Yeah, it's pretty high level.
Thank you for that explanation. You mentioned that you serve on a couple other boards as well. How would you compare serving on a board of a publicly traded company in the highly regulated gaming industry with being on a board of one of these other regulated industries that you serve on?
Not very far off. The banking industry is highly regulated. Public interest company. So both the banks I serve in, Hong Leong Investment Bank would have 2 regulators, Stock Exchange and the Central Bank of Malaysia. And Hong Yong Bank, which is a commercial and retail bank, is just a central bank. Very, very highly regulated. I don't know what to say about that. I mean, that's, I think lately what has been more pronounced is AML. Yeah. So there's a lot of focus on AML and a lot of investment and technology that goes to AML. Cybersecurity is another one that affects, the public. If we have a shutdown in ATMs and you can't withdraw money because of cybersecurity, we get hell on that one from the regulators. So it's pretty strict. So I wouldn't say it's anything less than the gaming board here. But yes, we have to go through all those regulations.
Do the AML requirements, be it in your banking board position or in your position with Genting, do those rise to the level of audit committee chair particularly?
Yes. So we do have reports on AML that come into Genting, but pretty much Genting is also somewhat regulated, although not in black and white, but is somewhat regulated by the Central Bank of Malaysia. The Central Bank of Malaysia wants to make sure that all of the institutions that handles cash don't fall into this kind of traps. So they actually focus quite a bit on Genting Berhad as well, or rather not Genting Berhad, but the casino under Genting Malaysia. So the Genting Malaysia Audit Committee would be looking extensively in that. But the amount of information that flows up to Genting Berhad won't be as much because it's all being handled at the AC at Genting Malaysia.
Would you say that the regulators and the banking officials in Malaysia treat the banks the same way they would treat the casino there from an AML standpoint?
I can't say much about Genting Malaysia. I know that there's station officers in Genting Malaysia in the casino. But at the bank, it is very, very detailed. Yeah. We have assessments carried out by the central bank. And if there's any transgressions or what on AML, we get very, very nasty penalties. Yeah.
Thank you. Member Watkins, did you have questions for Mr. Let me be sure I pronounce this right. Ratilal?
That's right.
Very good, Mr. Ratilal.
Good morning, Mr. Ratilal. I just want to follow up on a couple of the chair's questions to clarify. You said that you do receive the findings as it relates to audit violation letters from the Nevada Gaming Control Board. You just don't receive, so you receive overall findings and not the granular level, or I'm not sure exactly what you were trying to distinguish.
I think I can actually help there, Member Watkins. He receives the internal audit reports, which may include as part of those audit reports if there were to be an audit violation or something that's reported at the local level.
Okay, and so I'm wondering, is he receiving information like the number of audits or the typical type of audit, not audits, but violation, I'm sorry. What kind of information is he receiving?
So I think this is talking about if you receive any updates from Resorts World.
Our internal audit team will work with the internal audit team of Resorts World, but they are more on the operational level and making sure that internal control standards are okay. And so what is being reported at the Genting Berhad board level are mostly that. So any violations or suggestions of violations that may happen at Genting at Resorts World, that part of it would not be reported to us. That's more to do with the
intermediate company receiving
GAI, which is Genting Assets Incorporated.
Okay, so you're not receiving that information at all?
Not at all.
Oh, okay, got it. And then Ms. Okerberg, you mentioned that the intermediate level company is receiving that information.
That's correct. Yes, that's Genting Assets.
And can you characterize the type of information that Genting Assets would be receiving?
Certainly. So Genting Assets Inc. has a board of directors, and I think we would view that very similar to how another private company would have a board of directors. So they're in daily contact with the folks at property level, at the Resorts World level. So they're talking about operations, compliance matters, regulatory matters on a day-to-day basis. And so they have that direct line. Additionally, they receive regular reports. So they would receive any internal audit reports. They would receive any reporting of any matters with the Gaming Control Board. And then in addition, the Genting Berhad Compliance Committee also receives reports that come through from the Resorts World Compliance Committee, which would include if there were any regulatory violations, reporting on that.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Of course.
Clarification. And then with regard to the AML and BSA, what type of information are you receiving?
Yeah, so
Go ahead. Yeah.
AML in the
You receiving information?
Resorts World AML? No, because there's not been any major findings that has not been dealt with at the GAI level. So, if there's anything that's very, very serious that might be contravening any laws or what that affects the valuation and the value of Resorts World, then you'll be highlighted at the Genting Berhad board level.
Okay, and Ms. Ogerberg, just curious, if you don't know, that's fine, but at the intermediate level, do you have an idea of what kind of information at the Genting Assets level, what they're receiving?
Yes, if there were any AML or BSA matters, those would be reported to the Genting Assets level, and the board of directors there would be involved in any decision-making, any guidance, any viewpoints on anything that happens.
Are they receiving suspicious, like the number or overall characterization of suspicious activity reports?
So within the confines of what can be shared, they do receive, the Gaming Compliance Committee receives all of those numbers and statistics for things like CTR filings, SARs, things like that. And the members of the GAI board or the Genting Assets board are also, at least a couple of them are also members of the Compliance Committee. So they receive the information that way. And if there's information that needs to be shared additionally with the other directors of the board, that's passed along as well.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
Certainly.
Judge Assad, did you have questions?
Yes, thank you, Chairman Hendricks. Welcome and so nice to meet you. Your resume is very impressive. I'm very happy to support your application. Just had a few questions. Maybe Ms. Okerberg would be better suited to answer these. So you've got a lot of different layers here. You've got Genting Plantation, Genting Malaysia, Genting Assets, and then filters down to Resorts World. If you could just give me kind of an overview of the flow chart, the organizational chart, starting at Resorts World and going up. So I guess they would report to Genting Assets, any violations, any issues, any problems. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then through Genting Assets, where are they located, by the way? Genting Assets.
So it's an intermediary company that doesn't have any separate office space.
So they're part of the Malaysia Genting?
That's right. So they're owned by Genting Berhad. That's the ultimate parent company.
Okay. And that's in Malaysia.
Yes.
So
He's talking about who owns it.
oh, the flow chart, how information would go upstream, starting at Resorts World.
So Resorts World will go up to Genting Assets.
Right.
In Genting Assets, there are 5 key management
people.
Yeah. So they have all the authority to deal with any issues.
They have a separate compliance committee, or that is the compliance committee, those 5 individuals.
That's the board of directors.
The board of directors is the 5 people?
That's correct.
And then do they have a separate compliance committee or AML committee or BSA committee? Or
They do not. So the Resorts World Las Vegas has a compliance committee, and Genting Berhad has a compliance committee.
So anything that would flow from Resorts World to Genting Assets of a significant nature, possible violation of AML or BSA, that would ultimately get to Genting Berhad?
If there was anything significant, yes, that would ultimately be reported up. And then again, just to reiterate, the directors who are at the Genting assets level are also folks that are senior management and executives at the Genting Berhad level. So it includes the chairman of Genting Berhad, it includes the deputy CEO, it includes the CFO, it includes the COO, it also includes the Resorts World executives, the president and the CFO.
Genting Berhad, they have a compliance committee
That's correct.
and they deal with AML and BSA issues.
That's right. And they receive a report of everything at the Resorts World Compliance Committee as well.
Who's on that committee? Do you know offhand?
Yes, on that committee, we have Lee Sien, who is the general counsel of Genting Berhad.
How do you spell that one?
It's Leesian. Her last name is Go, G-O-H. And then Kong Han Tan, K-O-N-G, and then H-A-N, and then T-A-N. And then the independent committee member on that is A.G. Burnett.
So and they report to the board at Berhad, that compliance committee?
So the compliance committee, if there was anything they needed to report to the board, yes, they would.
Okay. So with respect to, say, there was an issue at Resorts World and you wanted to part ways with top executive there, would that have to come from Genting Assets?
So Resorts World would discuss that with Genting Assets, and those folks would make the appropriate decision depending on the level of the executive.
And you wouldn't have to get clearance from Genting Berhad?
Not from the public company itself, no. You would have, of course, the executives who are in common with Genting Berhad, but you wouldn't need specific permission from Genting Berhad.
Okay. Very good. All right. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. As the judge said, your background is very impressive, and I'm sure Genting is honored to have someone like you on their board. And we, of course, appreciate seeing people with your background being involved in the gaming industry. So I'm happy to support your application. You're actually the second back-to-back chairman of an audit committee on our agenda today. So
yes,
I will say that Gaming Commissioner Krolicki is going to thoroughly enjoy the Gaming Commission agenda because he is a big fan of chairman of audit committees. So I'm sure he'll have some questions for you as well later in the month. But I'm very happy to support your application. Appreciate you having you here in front of us today.
Thank you.
Great. Then I would entertain a motion on non-restricted item number 7.
Chair, would you mind if I ask one?
No,
more
please,
question?
please.
And again, you have an extensive background as the chair and judge both mentioned, very commendable. I have no problem supporting your application. Could you just to switch gears a bit, tell me about your role? You're a member of the Risk Management Committee.
Yes.
Well, right. Tell me about that role, please.
In Genting Berhad?
Yes.
Yes. Risk management will be looking at the most risky areas of Genting Berhad and its subsidiaries, excluding Genting Malaysia, excluding Genting Resorts World Singapore, excluding Genting Plantations, except when they have very common interests between the Genting Group, Genting Berhad, and those entities. So the risk may not be necessarily in order of priority if any reports were to come from Resorts World Singapore or Genting Malaysia. Primarily in Genting Malaysia, risk levels would change, especially in the pandemic. It affected us really badly 3-4 years ago. So the big one there was liquidity. Yeah. And of course, performance went down drastically, no operations. The pandemic laws in Malaysia at that time were very, very strict. So that kind of risk has gone down tremendously. We have recovered quite a bit. The other risk would be technology risk. Yeah. But technology risk at the Genting Berhad level itself is not as extensive as in the operating companies. Yeah. The other kind of risk that we'll be looking at would be the people risk. Yeah. sometimes you have, frequent resignations, and you got to see, what you can do about that on a more, a better scale of things. The other part of risk that we look at would be our oil and gas division, which is now
One more time, I'm sorry.
oil and gas division,
Okay, oil and gas division.
which is now going into a construction phase of a very, very large project. It's an FLNG, floating LNG project down in Indonesia. So that is going to be our main focus going forward.
So right now you said there's like 3 top risks and it's related to technology, people, oil and gas. Those
Yes.
are the 3
Yeah.
considerations right now.
Yeah, and then project risk. Right? Once you go into those kind of risks, you'll have a whole new set of risks because it's being done in a foreign country. You got to make sure that you have the right people there before they become operational, and then you can leave them on their own and carry on their own work. But before that, there'll be a lot of funding requirements coming from Genting Berhad. We have to seek those funds and making sure that whatever loans that you take, covenants and all that will be. So those are the kind of main focus that we're looking at for risk management.
All right, thank you. That was very informative. I appreciate it. And again, like I said, I'm happy to support your application.
Thank you.
Ms. Okerberg, anything else you need to add?
No, I would just like to note that we thank the agent, senior agent, Ashlyn Burke. She was a pleasure to work with and very professional as always.
Great. Thank you. Then I would entertain a motion on non-restricted item number 7.
I move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 7 is read into the record by Secretary Rupert.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye. Motion passes. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Okerberg. We're going to take a 10-minute break for the court reporter, so we'll be back. Let's actually make it 12 minutes. We'll be back at 11:15. All right, we are back on the record and we have two more non-restricted items. We appreciate all your patience with us here this morning. Madam Secretary, let's move on to non-restricted item number 8.
Non-restricted number 8 is the application of Tara Carranza, providing the suitability as a key employee at Golden Tavern Group.
Good morning again, Chair Hendricks, Member Watkins, Member Assad, Madam Secretary. I am Erica Okerberg. I am Nevada Gaming Counsel to Golden Entertainment. Here with me today is the applicant, Tara Carranza, the Regional Operations Manager for Golden Tavern Group, LLC. She is a first-time applicant, so we'll ask her to tell you a little about herself and speak about her job duties and responsibilities.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning or good afternoon. Chair Hendrick, Member Watkins, and Member Assad. I am Tara Carranza. A little bit of background on me. I was born in Santa Monica, but I did come to Vegas when I was 6 weeks old. So I think I'm a Vegas native for that. Growing up with my mom, dad, and 2 brothers, I started working at the age of 14. Watching both my parents put me and my brothers first before themselves, I saw the struggle they faced throughout my upbringing, juggling many different jobs just to keep food on the table. Their perseverance taught me the value of hard work and staying focused to meet my goals. I met my now husband when I was only 13 in 8th grade. We graduated high school together, me completing my time a year early. We've been inseparable ever since, building a life and a family together. We have 4 amazing children who are smart, independent, and thriving in their own ways. Our oldest daughter is a certified health and life coach, as well as a massage and stretch therapist. Our son, currently in college part-time, has recently begun the recruitment process to join the Las Vegas Fire Department. Our youngest 2 are still in high school, actively competing in competitive sports, both in and out of school. My kids and my family are my greatest accomplishment. I have been in the service industry for many years, working as a cocktail server at Oriole at Mandalay Bay, which was a Michelin star restaurant, until I made the move to Mix Ultra Lounge, where I was a part of the opening staff and earned my position as a lead table server and bartender until I helped close and lock the doors in early 2015. Shortly thereafter, I joined Golden Entertainment as a bar host and quickly worked my way up to a tavern general manager within 6 short months. I served in that role until 2020, when I left to take care of my mother, who fell gravely ill. During that time, I explored a few non-gaming roles at other companies that allowed me more time to balance my work and family life. After my mother passed, I faced another family tragedy when my younger brother had a surgical accident that left him paralyzed. I moved him in with my family and took care of him until he was able to heal and adjust to his new way of life. Knowing my passion was in the service industry, I seized the opportunity to return to gaming and the tavern. In July 2023, I returned as a regional operations manager for Golden Tavern Group. In this capacity, I oversee all operations for 10 locations, with the general managers and assistant managers reporting to me. I report to Vincent Russo, Director of Operations, and Dan Grosbeck, Vice President of Distributed Gaming. My duties include hiring, training, team member development, payroll, auditing, maintenance, compliance, guest relations, essentially every aspect of running a tavern on a day-to-day basis. I also currently oversee the Bartender Extra Board, which has up to 25 team members at any given time, which includes me hiring, scheduling, and training those new hired team members. In my first 3 months as a regional manager, I volunteered to open one of our new acquisitions, Lucky's Tavern. This was an amazing experience that allowed me to learn and grow in my position, overseeing a quick remodel, hiring new management, training and developing a brand new staff, and leading them to a very successful opening. I was also honored to be nominated to join the Golden Women's Group, which is an affinity group for Golden Entertainment team members dedicated in the workplace advancement of women. This group provides mentoring and professional education to emerging women in the company. I am honored to be back with my golden family and very proud to work among such an amazing group of individuals who are honest, hardworking, and supportive. I continue to learn from them daily and look up to them greatly. With that, I would like to say a big thank you to my agent, Agent Lane, for his hard work on my application, and I would be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Carranza. Pleasure to have you here. Your impressive background is what we're looking for people who get up into leadership roles. So your advancement through your jobs over the years has been very impressive. And the fact you mentioned that you were previously a tavern general manager at Golden, and the fact that they wanted you back, I'm sure is a credit to your work ethic. To bring back an employee always says something about what they were, and the fact that they wanted you back is a great kudo to you. I've gone through your application and feel very comfortable with you in the role. I guess my question is 10 locations underneath you. How does that work with your time responsibilities? How do you manage 10 locations?
Well, it is, 10, it seems like a lot of taverns to go to, but I try to see them at least 3 to 4 times a week, visiting probably 4 to 5 a day. And in between that, going to the office to do, meetings and admin work. But when I visit the taverns, I help with any of the tavern issues or management needs that have, come about.
Great. Member Watkins, you have questions for Ms. Carranza?
Good morning, Ms. Carranza.
Hey, good morning.
So it just seems to me that you have a very strong work ethic. You've been able to, continue and excel in a career while taking care of family members who became ill and taking on those responsibilities as well. So congratulations to you on that. And in this new role, and as the chair mentioned, I feel very comfortable with you in this role and just wish you much success.
Thank you so much.
Judge Assad?
Yes, thank you, Chairman Hendricks. Welcome and nice to see you. Congratulations on a very impressive work history. Ariel was one of my favorite restaurants at Mandalay Bay. I'm sorry to see it closed. And you worked at Mix?
I did.
Was that the one upstairs at the top of the Mandalay Bay?
It was at the top of the Delano.
Delano, yeah, gotcha.
On the
yeah.
rooftop.
And now they're transitioned, right? That's a different
So I
French
opened
restaurant now, I
and
believe, or
closed it.
something?
Yeah, we did have a Charlie Palmer restaurant as well, connected to us.
Yeah.
That was open during the day. And then they closed down 2015
Right.
and reopened as a new entity.
Have any other suggestions where I might be able to go? All my favorites have gone away.
Yeah, PTs, come have some wings.
I've been there too.
Good.
So, and congratulations on your 21-year marriage.
Thank you so much.
That's fantastic, and I'm sure you got 4 beautiful kids.
I do.
Yeah, congratulations on that as well.
Thank you.
And it's quite a feat for you to be able to juggle all this, 10 properties, husband, kids. How do you do it?
I have awesome support, both inside work atmosphere as well as personal. I couldn't do it without either one of them.
Right.
So
right.
I'm very blessed to have both.
Yeah, you definitely are. So I'm more than happy to support this application. It's very well deserved. You have a phenomenal work history in the bar and food and beverage industry. So Golden is very lucky to have you.
Oh, thank you so much.
Ms. Okerberg, is 10 locations the maximum for a regional manager?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, good. So you're at the maximum. Good for you. Congratulations on that. As my fellow board member said, I'm also very happy to support your application and extremely happy to see a Chaparral High School graduate doing very well. So
thank you so
good
much.
for you. All right. I would entertain a motion unless Ms. Okerberg, you have anything else to add?
I will just reiterate our thanks to Agent Lane for all of his hard work on the application.
Thank you. All right, I'll take a motion then on non-restricted item number 8.
I move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 8 is read into the record by Secretary Rupert.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye, motion passes. Thank you for being here. Good luck to you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bringing us to non-restricted item number 9, Madam Secretary.
Unrestricted number 9 are the applications of Siobhan Lane for finding of suitability and or licensure as an officer and or director as noted on the agenda.
Good morning, Ms. Vermace.
Good morning, Chair Hendrick, Dr. Watkins, Judge Assad, Madam Secretary, Sonia Vermaze from the law firm Brownstein Hyatt Farber Schreck, counsel to Light and Wonder. With me to my right is the applicant, Siobhan Lane. She is EVP Group Chief Executive of Gaming for the company. Also here this morning from Compliance, Mike Freeze. He's SVP Chief of Compliance. And to his left, his associate April Rojas. You've saved the best for last. Ms. Lane, just briefly, she's a graduate of Penn State. She's been with Light and Wonder since 2020. Before that, she was with Aristocrat Technologies since 2007. She has filed applications in about 300 jurisdictions in connection with both of those companies. She's been approved and licensed with, I think, 200. So she's very experienced, as you can see in your report. She has a very clean, very impeccable background. We are very thankful to Agent Serenity Simpson for her professional and thorough work on the investigation. And with that, Ms. Lane is happy to give you any additional information you might like or answer questions.
Thank you, Ms. Vermace. Good morning, Ms. Lane. Please tell us a little bit about your current role and responsibilities.
Sure. Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to be here, Chairman, members of the board, and Madam Secretary. I'm currently serving as the CEO of Gaming, the business unit within Light and Wonder. And so I oversee all of our global operations. We operate in most regulated gaming jurisdictions around the globe. So I oversee our R&D teams, our operations, our sales and service, and our manufacturing and production teams, some of which are headquartered here in Las Vegas. And my business has over 4,000 employees, which are employed around the globe across those different regulated jurisdictions.
Your background, as Ms. Vermace said, is extremely impressive, and your application was spotless. So very easy for us to go through. Appreciate your cooperation. Understand that you've gone through it many other jurisdictions, but this is your first time in Nevada. How would you compare the Nevada licensing process to some of the other jurisdictions you've had to go through?
It's a robust process, but I appreciate that, just upholding the integrity and all of the diligence that goes into making sure that we have outstanding folks working in our industry. So I thank you for that.
Sure. Thank you. How often do you come to Nevada in this role?
Sure. I reside in Pennsylvania, as you see in my application. I would say I travel to Nevada, specifically Las Vegas. We do have an office in Reno as well. On average, once or twice a month, my duties bring me to our headquarters here in Las Vegas.
Great. Member Watkins, do you have questions for Ms. Lane?
Good morning, Ms.
Good morning.
Can you just talk to us a little bit about your outside directorship role?
Yes. Are you referring to my position as first vice president on Global Gaming Women Board of Directors?
Do you have other roles that we don't know of?
No, I can happily speak to that one. So I also serve as first vice president on the board of Global Gaming Women, which is a nonprofit organization also headquartered here in Las Vegas. And we support the professional development of women in the gaming industry. I've been associated with that organization for about 3 or 4 years now, and served as the second vice president, and at the beginning of this year was appointed as first vice president, and I'm in the succession plan to be president of the organization in about 18 months. And I find that work just very fulfilling, and it's a passion of mine to make sure we have diversity represented in our industry, and certainly the advancement of women in the industry as well.
Thank you for sharing that. Well, congratulations on your increasing success within that organization and the one you're here on application for today. I'm happy to support your application.
Thank you.
Is that the organization that Ms. Becker was responsible for forming?
Yes, very
That's
much
what I
so.
thought.
Ms. Patty Becker, yes.
Wonderful. Great. Judge Assad, questions for Ms. Lane?
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Yeah, congratulations and great to see you here.
Thank you.
That type of organization is great. I mean, I remember when I first got here in 1976, there were hardly any women in the legal profession at all. Zero women in gaming, especially at the C-suite level. So we've come a long way. And that's just, but I always tell young women that I know that you just have to work twice as hard as the men if you want to compete in a male-dominated industry. Did you have to do that? Did you have to like really work twice as hard, do you think?
You do have to work hard. I think everyone should work hard to make
Twice
our
as hard.
industry better. Yes, but we have come a long way. I've been in this industry 17 years, and it's just great to see the progress that we've made in this area.
Yeah.
And I hope it continues.
Great. So it says here you were born in Ireland.
I was, yes.
So where's the accent?
I immigrated here with my family when I was 7 years old.
Oh,
So
okay.
I lost that Irish brogue.
And then
while
are you a Nittany Lion or a
I am
Ivy
a-
League U Penn?
I'm a Nittany Lion, although I did go back to the Wharton School of Business to get an executive, complete an
Yeah, I saw
executive
that.
development
Great.
program. So a little bit of both.
Yeah, congratulations.
Thank you.
And that's how you get ahead, right?
Yes.
You got to get a good education, go to great schools, build up that resume, and then let the world see what you got.
That's right.
Congratulations. I'm more than happy to support this application.
Thank you.
And I as well, happy to support your applications today based on your experience and background, and appreciate your patience. As Ms. Vermez said, saving the best for last here today. Glad to have you here.
Thank you.
Ms. Vermez, anything else you'd like to add?
No, thank you. We just ask that you support her application.
Perfect. All right, then I'd entertain a motion on non-restricted item number 9.
I move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 9 as read into the record by Secretary Rupert.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye, motion passes. Congratulations.
much.
Good luck to you. Thank you. All right, Madam Secretary, I believe that concludes our non-restricted agenda, correct?
Correct.
And we are calendared to begin restricted items starting at 1:30. So we will be in recess until 1:30. Thank you. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. We are back from our recess and it's now 1:30 and time for our restricted agenda. Madam Secretary, I believe we're starting nothing on consent agenda. So I believe we're starting with restricted number 1. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. Please read that into the record.
Restricted number 1 is the application of the Outfit LLC doing business as Jive Turkey for a restricted gaming license and the applications of James Pulliam, Adam O'Donnell for licensure as a member and manager.
Good afternoon, Mr. Brown.
Good afternoon, David Brown, on behalf of the applicant, the Outfit LLC, doing business as Jive Turkey. With me is Mr. Pulliam. He goes by the name Sam. I know his first legal name is James, and also is Adam O'Donnell. Both of these gentlemen are longtime Las Vegans. Mr. O'Donnell was born and raised here. They both have worked in gaming and restaurant hospitality. They're taking the progression and going to have their own first business. I'm going to let them speak a little bit about it and tell you what the project is.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Please introduce yourself for the record and tell us a little bit about the business.
Good afternoon. My name is James Pulliam, Pulliam. Like David said, most people call me Sam. We're opening a restaurant downtown to focus on live music. Adam and I met at Circa Resort where I actually hired him during the opening. So we're really excited to be a part of this neighborhood with the Huntridge Theater coming online. I think, there's a revitalization happening downtown that we're excited to be an anchor tenant. As for my background, I got my bachelor's degree in business management and administration from Bradley University in Illinois. My wife and I moved to Vegas in 2015, at which point I was hired as a beverage manager for the D Las Vegas and Golden Gate Casino downtown. After 5 years of hard work, I was promoted to beverage director for Circa Resort and Golden Gate Casino. I started that program from scratch and oversaw a team of 7 managers and 250 frontline employees. I was hands-on in my management style and built an amazing team leading by example. Most recently, I decided to resign from my position at Circa to commit 100% to this project and dedicate all of my time to making sure that my dream of opening my own place would become a success. Thank you. Oh, and one more thing. I know that I've had some issues in the past, some in college and one more recently, but I've learned and grown a lot from these mistakes. I have a toddler boy at home who's a year and a half, and I'm trying to be a good role model for. So, I treat my line of work extremely professionally.
Great. Thank you. Tell us a little bit about, before we go to Mr. O'Donnell, Mr. Pulliam, what will be your day-to-day responsibilities at this location?
I think it's everything that comes with restaurant operations. It's hiring and training employees, ordering products, overseeing the day-to-day, accounting, advertising, marketing. Adam and I, are co-piloting this together. But coming from a casino where I was strictly in charge of the beverage program, and now, I've learned from my coworkers there how an entire operation can run, and now I get an opportunity to do all of those things.
Great. Well, happy to see your progression and you having the opportunity of the American dream to have your own place. Before we go to Mr. O'Donnell, are there questions from board members for Mr. Pulliam? Member Watkins?
Good afternoon, Mr. Pulliam.
Good afternoon.
Just a quick question. Thank you for your affirmative presentation regarding past mistakes. I appreciate that. But a quick question with regard to how you came to be beverage manager. Did you say the D in Circa?
So originally I was hired for the D in Golden Gate, which is the company owned by D-Rock Gaming and Derek Stevens. And then 5 years of bootstrapping and hard work, I was promoted to beverage director within the same company as we prepared for Circa's opening.
Okay. And what relationships or brought you into that position?
Surprisingly, I came to Las Vegas knowing absolutely no one, and I was hired off of Craigslist.
Okay, that's what I was asking. I wonder how you came into that position. Well, congratulations on that, and it looks like it's worked well for you.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Judge, questions for Mr. Pulliam?
Yes, thank you, Chairman Hendricks. Nice to see you here. Congratulations on your success. That's a nice positive story for Las Vegas. So, and I'm glad to see you turn your life around and flying straight and doing the right thing. So appreciate your candor and your honesty. This will be your first license with the Nevada Gaming Control Board and Commission, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Great. Tell me about the process. How did it, how was it for you?
A little bit intimidating at first, but you know, I think we're in good hands with David Brown here, and I mean, it's been exciting to be a part of. I think, you know, even though gaming is incidental or incremental to the revenue that we're going to make at our restaurant, you know, going through this and with hopes to potentially open more places down the road, I think, you know, this is a great learning experience, and it hasn't been cumbersome. It's been fun to be a part of.
Great, great. And Agent Lombardo did a good job. He provided us with a very thorough and comprehensive report. So I'm happy to support your application.
Thank you very much.
And how did we come up with the name Jive Turkey?
A Jive Turkey is a goofball, and Adam and I are somewhat goofballs ourselves. So it's a playful name. We're not a turkey restaurant, but we just, you know, we thought it was fun and the environment.
Great.
What kind of live entertainment you going to have?
We want to have live bands, so blues, rock, that sort of thing. And we understand that it's probably easiest to not impose a cover charge, understanding that for those who are gaming, they wouldn't be charged a cover anyway. So we'll probably end up doing cover as well.
Good, good. That area could use some revitalization. So kudos to you for doing what you can down there.
Yeah, and while we're on that topic, Mr. Brown, I understand that your client signed an acknowledgement, but this kind of works one of two ways, very binary. If you may have a cover charge at any point, you have to put signage out by the entrance. If you swear to us under our obligation here, you're not under oath, but you're talking as an applicant to the Gaming Control Board. If you say our business will never have a cover charge ever, I promise you, then you don't have to put that sign out front. But if your plan is one day we may want to have that, then you put the sign out front. It's not something you put up and take down.
Understood.
So as you stand here today, is your plan to have live music ever with a cover charge?
No, it is not.
Okay, so if that were to change in the future and you know, a year goes by, 2 years go by, and you say, we'd like to have a cover charge, you get a hold of our enforcement division and they will talk to you about an appropriate signage. And right now, there's not a plan to make that a condition on your license, but it's a responsibility to you as potential licensees that you know that if that day comes, you will get a hold of the Game Control Board and you will put that sign up out front. Very simple sign. It says that the gaming does not require somebody to pay a cover charge in order to come in and play the slot machines.
Understood.
Great. All right. Very good. On the further topic of music, this was Mahoney's Pro Music and Drum Shop, correct?
That's correct.
Very iconic location. So nice to see it have some live music in it. I'm sure Mo would be very proud to have live music there. As a youth, I spent a lot of time at Mahoney's and Gerheim's, and I know former Gaming Commission Chairman Tony Alamo. I think he brought his first trap set there. So he would be happy to find out that there's live music at Mahoney's. Great. Mr. O'Donnell, step up, introduce yourself. Tell us a little bit about what your role is, time commitment's going to be at this location.
Adam O'Donnell, last name is O''Donnell. About myself, Dave Brown. I'm not going to say that. Won't say it was wrong, but I wasn't born in Las Vegas. I have been here since I was 9 months old or so. I would have been born in Las Vegas. My mom wanted to spend one final Thanksgiving back east with her family, but I've been here since '79. My parents still live in the same house when I was a kid, which is down the street from Mahoney's. That's been my neighborhood. I remember going to concerts at the Huntridge when I was 13 years old, my mom bought me a guitar at Mahoney's also. And there was a moment where it needed to be repaired. We took it in. Vividly remember whoever was behind the counter wasn't happy with my mom because however she had let me treat the guitar. So I don't have the same memories as of Mahoney's as maybe you do, but definitely it's been a part of my life. That neighborhood has been a part of my life. I've been there, like I said, my whole life. Went to St. Anne's for my first reconciliation, first communion for confirmation. Crestwood Elementary is where I went for elementary. Fremont Junior High, Valley High School is where I graduated. UNLV is where I attended. I've been in Las Vegas my whole life. I remember at some point talking to my mom, she was a nurse, and talking about, was I going to finish college? And having the conversation, I tell her how much I made that night, and she's writing on her chart, and she stops and says, that's not how much I make, in 2 or 3 days. And I thought, all right, I'm doing something smart. So this is really what's brought me to being a bartender for my career. At some point, the dream and the thought of owning your own bar. It is very easy to go in and make money and leave, but man, it's something to have your own business. It's something to have your own business in your own neighborhood. It's something to have your own business in your neighborhood with a man you trust as a business partner. So that's I guess who I am in a nutshell. I have been any manner of, we were talking about what do we put on our business cards, and I said, Sam said, let's put owner, and I said, I'm the janitor. Obviously it wound up being owner, but I thought owning a bar and being a bartender, you do wind up doing a lot of things. If my title has been bartender, I have done any number of things involved in an operation for a bar, for a restaurant. So that whole journey, I think, brings me here before you today, knowing that I know what I'm doing. And if I don't know what I'm doing, I know I have resources and people that I can ask for counsel. Dave Brown is one I know. As far as gaming goes, I know that I don't know everything about gaming. This is my first foray into it, but knowing that, excuse me, the council is here, the gaming commission is here, and also our slot route operator is here to answer questions. I don't know if I've covered everything or not, or if I've just been rambling for a few minutes.
No,
it's a rare thing. Someone says you're from Las Vegas. There's no one here from Las Vegas, and well, there are, and I like to raise that flag. I did. There was a moment. I was 21 years old. I left Las Vegas. I moved out, and I moved back a year later. And whoever I was talking to when I moved back said the only thing better than leaving Las Vegas is coming back. And I thought, you're right. And so this is my home. This is where I've been. This is where I plan on being. My son just graduated from LVA and he's going to UNR. There was a bit of a discussion. Would have liked him to go to UNLV, but at the same time, spread your wings as well. Go experience the world, even if it's only a 7-hour drive north. I can still kind of keep my eyes on. So this is what I do. This is what I've always done. This is what I'll continue to do.
That's great. Thank you for that background. I also, being a UNLV alum, sent a daughter away to be a Wolfpack member. So it's tough. I understand. I understand. As you said, both of you gentlemen have a very strong background in being on the bar side and understanding the business, as you mentioned, as an employee, where you can walk when your shift is over. Translating that is a big commitment to now when you're responsible, as you said, you're moving not into just your own business, you're moving into a business with gaming and alcohol. There's a lot of regulation. Do you feel like you do have the support group to be sure that all the regulations are being followed, from gaming, alcohol, all the extra red tape that goes with any business that's controlled by the government?
Yes. I know what I know behind the bar. I don't know what I know about the rest of it, but I know who the resources are, and I know where they are, and I know where I can turn to, and I know who I can trust.
Good. And both of you gentlemen took our restricted gaming compliance seminar, correct? What'd you learn at that? Anything stick out that enlightened you on something that maybe you didn't know before you took the course, for either of you?
Honestly, it was how absolutely serious this is. And how important it is to make sure that all I's are dotted and T's are crossed. And I think, like, I don't want to repeat myself, but knowing that if there is an area that I'm unsure about, Dave Brown is right here. Century Gaming, our route operator, is right here also. And knowing that we have those resources at our hands at our disposal to make sure that we are doing things correctly.
Great, great. Member Watkins, questions for Mr. O'Donnell?
Good afternoon, Mr. O'Donnell.
Afternoon.
You mentioned that you had resources and you just kind of briefly went over it again. You said Dave Brown and Century. Are there other resources that you also had? For some reason, when you originally said it, I thought you meant more.
Yeah, and I have, I mean, and I know this is in, there's a couple people that I know that own bars. Okay. And actually, Dave Brown is, that's how we arrived at Dave Brown, calling a friend and saying, who'd you use? And it was a glowing recommendation for him. So those relationships that I've had in the industry already of people that have gone through A, B, and C, I feel comfortable saying, how do you navigate this? How do you do this? What's the best course of action? Knowing that they are not, a legal representative, but asking other colleagues what they've done and how they've dealt with things.
Right. And so those friends who own bars, they have gaming at their location?
Correct.
Okay. Understood. Well, it seems like you understand that this is a privileged license and something new and highly regulated. And, as the chair mentioned, I had similar questions, but I think you've covered that and I'm comfortable with your application.
Thank you.
Judge Assad, questions?
Yes, thank you, Chairman Hendricks. I just want to congratulate you. You have a very good application here, and you're smart to hire a lawyer in the beginning rather than at the end. A lot of people, they try to do it on their own from Jump Street. They get in trouble down the road, then they hire the attorney. You're smart, and you hired a very good lawyer, so very good choice right there. And I'm happy to support your application. I want to wish you all the luck in the world.
Thank you.
You mentioned the Huntridge. When is that expected to open? Do you know?
Jay Dapper, he's the same developer that we're dealing with in our space. He's redoing the Huntridge. What last we heard was 2 years out. Okay. And it would be the Huntridge Theater. There would be essentially two theaters, a bigger and a smaller, a restaurant, and maybe one or two restaurants. So it would be mixed use space, but about 2 years out is what we had heard.
Nice. Is the redevelopment from the Arts District and all? I haven't been over there in a year. So is it moving that far down to where your location is on Maryland?
I think slowly, it seems to be, yes. Yeah. And we seem to be the farthest east that it's gotten so far.
Yeah. What other bar locations are near where you're at?
Well, the Huntridge Tavern, which is an institution, has been there for, time immemorial. There's a place called Berlin, which is maybe a half mile west of us.
That far.
There aren't a lot of, well, even I say bar, but there's not a lot of restaurants with a bar component that like we're doing in that same area.
What happened to the Elephant Bar? Wasn't that down the street?
Oh, that was, oh my gosh, on Maryland Parkway.
Yeah, I'm old.
That has not been there ever. It's now no, it's a like a seafood restaurant. Yeah. Oh, the Elephant Bar.
That was a hot spot. That was a very popular.
That was a place.
I was a kid. All I remember is like wherever their desserts were fantastic. That's all I cared about.
So now it's a restaurant.
It's a restaurant. It's like a Mexican seafood restaurant. Maybe. Okay. I haven't been there since Elephant Bar closed.
So you're in a good spot. You have
fingers
little
crossed,
mini monopoly there.
Yeah. I'll just ask my parents to come and hang out there, and I think I'll be good.
Good. All right, Mr. Brown, anything else you need to add for us?
No, just thank all of you for your time, and to also thank Agent Lombardo. He's always very thorough and a pleasure to deal with.
Great. Board members, anything else you'd like to ask about the Jive Turkey?
Nothing further from me.
All right.
We covered it all.
Okay, very good. Then I would entertain a motion on restricted number 1.
I move to recommend approval of of restricted item number 1 is read into the record by Secretary Rupert.
And Mr. Brown, we're very clear on the idea that there is no condition for the signage of a cover charge because your clients will not be charging a cover charge, correct?
Correct.
Very
If
good.
anything changes, you will know before they change it.
Very good. Thank you, Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye, the motion passes. Good luck to you, gentlemen.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bring us to restricted number 2, Madam Secretary.
Restricted number 2 is the application of the Standard Tavern Westlake Boulevard LLC doing business as Torrey Pines Pub, a restricted gaming license. It is also the applications of Cornelius Radin, Christopher Morahan, Ronald Reed, and Cynthia Reed, licensure as a member and or manager as noted on the agenda.
Good afternoon, Mr. Gutwald. How are you doing?
Excellent. Dennis Gutwald with the law firm of McDonald Carano. With me is Neil Radion, Chris Morahan, Ron Reed, and Cynthia Reed. With your permission, I'll have Chris tell you a little bit about the place. Neil and Ron have been before. Neil and Chris have been before you before, and we'll have Cynthia and Ron tell you a little bit about themselves, and we'll go from there.
Great. Let's start with the application for the actual location. And Mr. Rudon, yeah, please tell us a little bit about it.
I have Chris Morahan.
Chris Morahan, when you want to tell us about it?
Thank
Please.
you. Yeah, Chris Morahan. My partners, Cornelius Redan and Ron and Cynthia Reed. Currently, Cornelius Redan and myself own and operate the Standard Tavern. We were licensed in 2020, a COVID year. Very difficult to get licensed that year. A lot of challenges regarding time and meetings and things like that, delays in construction, licensing. We were able to push through. We were licensed and now we're coming up on year 3. So August 15th will be 3 years of operating at the Standard Tavern, which is a restricted license, 15 machines, full operating restaurant. No live music or entertainment, but we operate as a tavern in the city. And we've decided as kind of we got going a little bit, we saw how successful the place has become. It was time to expand. So we were looking for other opportunities and the Torrey Pines Pub came about. It's been owned and operated by the same owner for 30 years. So very successful place, good background, great gaming history, good restaurant sales. Cornelius and I partnered up with the Reed family and basically just said, hey, look, we want to keep exactly what they have there now and try to enhance it, maybe add some youth to it on my end, maybe add some enhanced gaming for some of the players that they have, maybe some menu improvements. Other than that, we just plan to keep it exactly how it is. We think that the owner operator there, Robert Bonner, has done a fantastic job, what he's done. So after our due diligence period, we decided that this is what we want to go to. And this was our expansion. Rather than change the name and build the Standard Tavern brand, which was mine and Neil's, we said, let's keep it the neighborhood pub. So we figured keeping it the Torrey Pines Pub was definitely the right move. We've received a lot of positive feedback from not only the ownership there, which is happy to see it stay the same, but also the guests there as well that are excited that there's going to be new ownership. However, we'll still keep the flavor of the business. As far as my background personally, moved to Las Vegas in about 2009. I spent about 12 years or 10 years rather, as an executive for some of the bigger nightclubs. I had been a director for VIP services for Hakkasan Group, which is very popular in town, and also at the Mandalay Bay for Daylight and Light Nightclub. I had oversaw about 15 to 20 salespeople for each venue that I oversaw. And that was my background. Before that, previously, it was all food and beverage. So between Cornelius and I, we probably have about 40 to 50 years in owning and operating multiple venues between sports bars, dive bars, fine dining, nightclubs. So we feel very capable in any venue that we decide or venture that we decide to go in. We are well aware of the privileged license that gaming provides, and we learned a lot about that during our time and our experience over the last 3 years or so, owning and operating. A lot of the stuff that we learned was on the fly, kind of figuring out the laws and how to make things work. And we've adhered to every line item that we've needed to. We've always made sure that we cross the T's and dotted the I's. So we're excited. We're excited to bring the Reed family along as well and kind of teach them the business. The primary operators will be Cornelius and I, and we will split our time between the two bars that we will own. And then in the meantime, we'll also coach up the Reed family on exactly laws, standard operating procedures, labor laws, things like that, stuff that it entails in the gaming business that not everyone thinks of when they think of owning a gaming tavern.
Great. Thank you for that explanation. You mentioned splitting time. How much time will you be at the existing location versus this new location?
I would say it would probably be about 60-40 between me and him on each space. So at the standard tavern will be primarily me. I currently do most of the everyday work, whether it's, the ordering, the inventory, the overseeing the staff, things like that, making sure our licenses are all up to date. So I would primarily spend most of my time there, and then also assist Cornelius, who would then be spending most of his time at Torrey Pines Pub.
Okay, great. And as you mentioned, you were before the board and commission approximately 3 years ago. So we have an update on you, and very, very simple update. Appreciate your cooperation on that. I didn't have any questions on your personal application. Board members have questions for let's take Mr. Moorhan first, and then we'll take the others individually. So any question for Mr. Moorhan?
Good afternoon, Mr. Moorhan.
Hi.
What are the cross streets of your?
The Torrey Pines Pub is located at Lake Mead, West Lake Mead, and Torrey Pines.
Okay, yeah, interesting. I used to often drive by there, so.
It's very visible from the street,
Yeah.
which makes it appealing as well.
Did you have any experience in gaming before the Standard Tavern?
No direct experience, just being a casual Las Vegas resident working in the nightclub industry. I had been to many taverns, and that kind of piqued my interest of owning a tavern one day. I remember being at a bar and watching everyone lose all their money, and I thought, well, how do I become those guys? That seems better. So no, besides the casual experience, my slot rod operator, we have Jet Gaming at our location, and those guys pretty much walked us through 6 months of questions that we had. Now I feel very confident in being able to own and operate after 3 years now, all the ins and outs and kind of what to look for. But previously, no experience.
Interesting. And thank you for going ahead. That was my next question, and answering that question, I was going to ask you how you became interested in opening up the Standard Tavern.
Yeah, it's a really quick story. I applied to be a bartender at one of my favorite taverns because I thought just to be part-time, I said, I want to learn the business. I'm very interested. I don't drink, I don't steal, and I'm on time. So can you please hire me? At the time, they just said, we don't think you're a good fit. And I was, being raw from New York at the time. I just said, that's okay. I'll open my own place anyway. And 8 years later, that was our plan. I got with, my partner, Neil, and I said, let's open our own place. And I decided that I wouldn't work for anybody else in gaming until we opened our own. So on August 15th, 2021, when we opened the Standard Tavern, that was my first bartending shift ever at a gaming bar, and it was in my own bar.
Well, congratulations on that success, and kudos to you for your commitment and wanting to work for yourself.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
I must say you didn't really sell yourself when you gave the minimum kind of, I'm on time, I don't steal.
Yeah. I
really
think that
selling
was part of my, New York candor at the time was, I think I'm good enough for the job. Not realizing obviously all that went into gaming. So I understood where they were coming from.
Got it. Okay, well, I'm happy to support your application.
Thank you very much.
That's great. Judge, questions for Mr. Moorhan?
No questions. I've been very well briefed by Agent Lombardo through his investigative report. You've got plenty of experience here from full force marketing back in 2017, I guess.
Yep.
All the way up to the Standard Tavern. So you're very qualified in the bar and restaurant tavern business. 15 machines. Who's your slot rod operator?
At the new location, it's going to be Sunset Coin. The Becker family is our landlord, and they own and operate Sunset Coin as well.
Okay.
So we just tie right into them.
Great. So it's all good. I'm more than happy to support this application.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Mr. Rudin.
Radion.
It's okay. It's Cornelius Raydan.
Raydan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sometimes he could be a little tough.
That's okay. Pronounce your last name for me.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. My last name is Raydan.
Raydan.
Yes, sir.
Very good. Thank you. Pleasure to have you here. Tell us a little bit about what your responsibilities are going to be at this location and how you're going to split your time between this location and the existing Standard location.
It'll be like Chris said, 60-40. So at the Torrey Pines location, I'll spend most of my time there. And just a little bit of time at the Standard Tavern. I'm mostly going to be the operator there most of the time. So I have a long background in restaurant, bar, employment, and Chris helps me a lot with to understand further the gaming, et cetera. So that's kind of how we run it.
Great. Glad to hear it. And as I mentioned to Mr. Morahan, obviously you also were in front of the commission 3 years ago. So we did a abbreviated update on you and your background in the last several years. So very simple to do. No questions about your application. So I'm happy to support it and glad to see that you're figuring out the time between both locations so that everything's properly covered.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Member Watkins, questions for Mr. Radan?
Good afternoon, Mr. Radan.
Afternoon.
Well, congratulations on the success of your congratulations on the success of your previous bar, the Standard Tavern.
Thank you,
and
ma'am.
congratulations, assuming that you're approved here today on this current one, the Torrey Pines location, which I'm very familiar with, and wish you much success. I don't have any questions or concerns related to your application.
Thank you, ma'am.
No questions. Very good. Judge Assad, questions for Mr. Radan?
Thank you, Chairman Hendricks. Again, no questions. Got plenty of experience in the bar business, so I want to wish you all the luck in the world.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Let's go to Mr. Reed. Good afternoon. Tell us a little bit about yourself and why this opportunity from a business standpoint interested you.
Yeah, so a little bit about me. I'm originally from Canada. I've been coming to Las Vegas for 25 years. Met my wife in the 1990s. We got married in 2001. So I moved to California. Have been living in the United States ever since. We've lived several different cities, mostly on the East Coast. Charlotte and Philadelphia were the last two areas that we lived in. When I reached a point in my career where I didn't have to travel anymore for work or be in office, we made the decision that we could live anywhere. And so Vegas is my favorite city. We moved here. We've been here for 2 years now. Our children attend school in Coronado High in Henderson. And so, just love being a part of Las Vegas. As to how we ended up interested in the bar, I had a chance encounter with Chris. We were, I used to resell tickets, Raiders tickets as a side hustle. And so I was looking for PSLs. I met him through an online group. We met and I purchased his PSL. 4 months later, he hit me up again, had another PSL to sell. I met him and I asked him about his current business because I'd really taken an interest in it. I'd met him there the first time. And he said, funny, we're actually looking at buying a second location. I said, well, how do you get into that business? And he said, funny you should mention, my financing just fell through. And so basically we cultivated our relationship over the last year and a half. We've been working with Dennis the whole time. But for us, it's mostly just a diversification of, most of our retirement savings is in mutual funds right now. And the opportunity to own a piece of Las Vegas, even passively, is just really exciting for us. So that's how we ended up here.
Great to hear. Small Vegas story, right?
Yeah.
It's a small town. I noticed from the record here that you're putting up most of the money from your retirement savings, and glad that you explained that's a diversification. It's not all eggs in one basket.
That's correct. Yeah, it's definitely a substantial amount of money that we're putting in, but we won't be devastated if the worst happens. But obviously, we're planning for the best.
Of course, good for you. Ms. Reed, why don't you please step up and introduce yourself?
Hey, I'm Cynthia Reed, and I'm not as interesting as these three guys, but
I doubt
I've
that.
been a homemaker for the past 16 years. I have a master's in education administration. That's what I was doing before I got pregnant with my first son. My husband and I have been talking about owning a business for years. And since we're lucky that he works remotely, we're able to live anywhere. And so one night we were both in the office and we were talking again about, hey, this is the time, we're getting older. If we're going to do this, we need to do it now. And we both looked at each other at the same time and said, Vegas. And that next day we were looking at houses here and that's how we ended up here. Like my husband said, he's known Chris for a little while. And when I was introduced to Mr. Morahan, after talking to him and seeing what he and Mr. Redan have done with the standard, I was so impressed. It was a no-brainer when they offered us the opportunity to go into business with them. And so, like my husband said, we're not going to be right away hands-on. We're strictly silent partners. That may change in the future. We still have 2 kids at home. So, but we are enrolled in the seminar class for July 16th. So we have enrolled in that.
That's great. You took 2 of my questions away. One is day-to-day operations, currently no intention of being involved. You are intending to be an owner, but not a day-to-day operator from both you, Mr. and Ms. Reed, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then as far as our restricted licensee gaming compliance seminar, you've both signed up.
Correct. We're
for next month.
For July 16th, we're enrolled.
Wonderful. That's a great program. We encourage everybody to take it. We require some people to take it. And because this is your first time being in front of Nevada's gaming regulators, we will make that a condition that you do. So glad to see that you're already signed up. You 2 gentlemen, have you ever taken the restricted licensee gaming compliance seminar?
Yes, before our last license.
Perfect. Great. Glad to hear that. So we'll be 4 for 4 after next month. Wonderful. I didn't have any questions about your application and glad to see your background, and you are very interesting. So I'm happy to hear about it. Yeah, very good. Member Watkins, you have questions for Mr. or Ms. Reed?
Yes, good afternoon to both of you. And I would agree with the chair, especially with your master's in education background. You very interesting. You both mentioned that Las Vegas was the place for you. Why is that?
Do you want to answer? So,
There's just so much to do here, the entertainment. My husband and I are, we love sports. We love going to concerts, all the shows here, the restaurants. I mean, everything. I mean, there's everything here. So, yeah.
Yeah, we usually do about 1 or 2 staycations a month where our kids are a little older now, so we can leave them at home, go stay in a hotel, go see a show or go to a game. It's been really nice.
I could not agree more. So thank you for saying it. Las Vegas is one of my favorite places as well. Well, congratulations on the success of that chance encounter that's led you here today. You mentioned, Ms. Reed, that you don't plan on being involved in the day-to-day activities currently, but at some future point you plan to be involved in day-to-day activities?
I think later on, like I said, we still have 2 kids at home. So, I want to learn about the bar. So I'm actually looking forward to the seminar. And of course, together, Mr. Redan and Mr. Morahan have years of experience. So I know if I have any questions, I can depend on them to help me out. But yeah, currently, no, I don't plan on being hands-on. I'm just strictly a silent partner.
And is it that you're waiting for your kids to be out of the home before you get involved? Or
yeah, yes.
And how far away is that? Do you anticipate?
3 years.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I don't
Thank
have any
you.
further questions.
Judge.
thank you, Chairman Hendricks. It's great to meet you all. Welcome to Las Vegas. And what part of Canada were you from?
Toronto.
Oh, okay. So it gets pretty cold up there
It a little colder
in the wintertime.
Yeah.
Yeah. So welcome to the warm weather of Las Vegas. And Mrs. Reed, you were a school teacher?
I was a kindergarten teacher for 3 years.
Oh.
And then I was a director of an Easter Seals. I worked for, I'm from Sacramento, California. I worked for the Children's Home in Sacramento, where I went out and did assessments on young children to rule out any developmental delays. So.
Great. Well, I want to thank you for that. I have a special affinity for school teachers and nurses. I believe those two professions are underpaid, overworked, and perform a tremendous public service. So thank you for your service. And Mr. Reed, you as well. I'm more than happy to support all four of your applications.
Thank you.
And I as well, based on all of the investigation and background we have on all of you, as well as updated on you two gentlemen, and the time you committed to be at both properties so that they're properly regulated and following all the rules. Happy to see that, and happy to have you join the gaming industry and understanding that it is a highly regulated industry. So appreciate your attitude of coming in, wanting to learn and kind of go at a slower pace. That's an easy way to do it. So I'm also happy to support your application today. Mr. Gutwald, did you have anything else for us?
Nothing else.
Great. Then I would take a motion on restricted item number 2.
I move to recommend approval of restricted item number 2 as read into the record by Secretary Rupert pursuant to the following condition. Ronald and Cynthia Reed shall demonstrate successful completion of a regulatory compliance seminar for restricted licensees, which is deemed acceptable to the Nevada Gaming Control Board Chair or the Chair's designee within 90 days of the issuance of the state gaming license. This condition may be administratively extended by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Chair or the Chair's designee.
All right, Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Henry?
Aye, the motion passes. Good luck to all of you.
Many thanks to Agent Lombardo.
Thank you. Bringing us to restricted number 3, Madam Secretary. Actually, I believe these are, let's take 3 and 4, if you'd read both of those into the record.
Restricted number 3 is the application FT Pub 11 LLC doing business as Flowing Tide Lounge for a restricted gaming license, and the applications of FTP Holding Company LLC and Jason Talati for licensure as a member or manager as noted on the agenda. Restricted number 4 is the application of FT Pub 10 LLC doing business as Flowing Tide Pub and Grill for restricted gaming license, and the applications of FTP Holding Company LLC and Jason Talati for licensure as a member or manager as noted on the agenda.
Good afternoon.
Chair
Good
Hendrick.
afternoon. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman, members of the board. My name is Jason Talati, and I represent the Flowing Tide Pub Group.
Appreciate you being here. Mr. Wadhams?
Chair Hendrick, can you hear me down here?
We can. Go ahead.
Okay, excellent. This is Jesse Wadhams for the record, representing the applicant. Just a couple of quick notes before I let the folks that are here answer any questions. These two applications are for another of the Flowing Tide operations up here in Northern Nevada. Appreciate all the work that Agent Partee put into this. And in fact, you have before you all of the members of the holding company to answer any questions the board has. Down in Southern Nevada, Mr. Talati and Danny Wadhams, and up here with me, Justin Musco and Jimmy Wadhams. So we're prepared to answer any questions you have.
Very good. Thank you for that, Mr. Wadhams. And Mr. Talati, tell us a little bit how these two properties, overall organization, and how they fit together physically.
Sure. It's an excellent location area that's just burgeoning populace out there. It's in an outskirt. It's northeast of town, and it's been underserved for food and beverage establishments, in our opinion. But this operator, Roger White, has been out there for 25 years and has done a fantastic job. And but as I said, it's very underserved. He's aging out and, riding off into the sunset. And this is a location area that we've had our eye on for many years. But with Jimmy's relationship with Roger over the years, I believe Jimmy Wadhams, my partner, was the first that he contacted. And so needless to say, our interest was definitely there. And we took advantage of it, worked. This has been a long time in the process. I believe we've been working on this for about 2 years now, just getting through the hurdles of the landlord and so, all the agencies involved. So, but we're almost there.
Great. And actually 2 separate locations, 2 separate gaming licenses, but physically, is there a wall that connects them?
Yeah, there's an absolute wall. Patrons are not allowed to walk between the 2 premises. So they do share a kitchen. And so there is access from the back of the house for our staff to access, ingress, egress there. But no, the patrons have to go out and come back in if they want to get to the other premises.
And what stage are you at now, timing wise, for the build out of both these locations?
Well, we just acquired the keys Monday, in fact, and so we're getting in there and with our demo team, and all the plans are set, and we're anticipating about a 6 to 8 week remodel, and then which puts us at August 1st, but realistically, as we all know, it'll look more like mid-August to September 1st for an actual opening.
On both locations?
Yes. Yeah,
Okay.
they will open simultaneously.
Good. And Mr. Wadhams, I'm sure you're aware that 6 months to activate the license after the commission votes. Sounds to be based on the timeline Mr. Talati just stated that you'll be within that. Am I encouraging you to be sure we get it done by 6 months? Otherwise, you're going to have to file an application for a waiver of Reg 4.
Sure.
Certainly understand, and we'll make it.
Okay, good. Great to hear. If these 2 locations open, how many total flowing tides will that make?
That'll be 10 and 11. So it'll be a Flowing Tide pub, and then this adjacent location will just simply be the Flowing Tide Lounge. So that'll fall under that same umbrella.
Yeah, great. Well, application had no questions about that, other than was trying to understand the timing of the build out. So appreciate that. And you've obviously been in front of the board and commission many times, as well as your partners here. So didn't have any questions about you being a member or manager. Very happy to see you again in front of us.
Likewise, appreciate you all.
Great. Member Watkins, questions about the property or questions for Mr. Talati?
Good afternoon, Mr. Talati.
Good afternoon.
I don't have any concerns related to the property. I just wanted to know, what were your remodel plans? What are you planning on doing?
Well, as I had said, this is a 25-year-old premises, so we're working from the innards out, the plumbing and electrical, making sure everything's satisfactory there. The bar, we chose to demolish the bar and reconfigure it so it's a little more conducive to what we need. It's basically in the same area, but that will allow us to get down below the ground, replace plumbing, and get rid of any gnarly smells that might be hanging around in there, and
Gnarly.
go from there. But beyond that, mainly cosmetic, not touching anything in the kitchen really. We're putting, we like to add booths, so we've got booths and a different level, which will allow people that they're like 6 of the or a third of the bar will be in an slightly elevated area, so it'll be ADA compliant, and that's something that we've messed around with down here, and seems to work. It's embraced by our clientele, and so yeah, these are always fun, the design process of these.
And these are all bar top in both locations?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Well, good luck with your construction, and hopefully you're able to get those gnarly smells out of there.
Yes. Thank you very much.
I'm happy to support the application.
Judge Assad.
Thank you, Chairman Hendricks. Your application is Very well done by Agent Partee, and you've got plenty of experience. This is your 10th and 11th property, I guess. So,
10th and 11th Flowing Tide.
Yeah.
I have a couple, I'm involved in two other different concept taverns up north as well.
And you've got 15 bar top machines you're going to go with?
15 in each premises.
In this one here,
Correct.
these as well. And I don't have any concerns, no conditions. So your application looks very clean. I'm more than happy to support it.
I sure appreciate it. And yes, while I have the opportunity, it was excellent working with Ms. Partee again on this project. She's been fantastic to work with.
Great. Appreciate that. And Mr. Wadhams, appreciate you having everybody here from the LLC holding company. I didn't have any other questions for the other gentleman. Mr. Talati, I think, has answered everything. Unless other board members had questions for anybody else, I would entertain a motion on restricted item number 3, and then we will take restricted 4 separately.
All right, I'll make that motion. I move to recommend approval of restricted item number 3 as read into the record by Secretary Rupert.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendricks?
Aye. That motion passes, and we've already read number 4 into the record, so we'll just incorporate by reference all the questions and presentation done for restricted number 3, and I would entertain a motion on restricted number 4.
Much thank you all. Oh, I'm sorry. So
That's okay. We're going to vote on 4 too. Sure,
well,
we'll do them
that's
both.
great.
Great. 4.
Or if you don't want it.
No, go right ahead. Let me give you some space.
All right, I'll move to recommend approval of restricted item number 4 as read into the record by Secretary Rupert.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendricks?
Aye, that motion passes. Thank you, Mr. Talati. Thank you, Mr. Wadhams. Thank you, other gentlemen, for being here.
Much thank you all.
All righty. Bringing us, Madam Secretary, restricted item number 5.
Restricted number 5, the application of Who's Dunes LLC doing business as Who's Dunes for a restricted gaming license. It is also the application of Hendricks Mortensen Trust for registration as a holding company and findings of suitability, Dean Hendricks and Cynthia Mortensen as a trustee beneficiary. You also have the applications of Hendricks Mortensen Trust, Dean Hendricks and Cynthia Mortensen for licensure as a member or manager as noted on the agenda.
Afternoon, Mr. Brown.
Good afternoon. David Brown on behalf of the applicant Who's Dunes LLC and specifically Mr. Hendricks and Mrs. Mortensen. Mr. Hendricks' family built this bar from the ground up in 2001. He joined the family business in 2004. He was actually added to the license in 2015, but he's been working there essentially full-time since 2004. Unfortunately, in 2018, his mom, who was the previous owner, passed. And since that time, Mr. Hendricks has run the business. Mrs. Mortensen has been together for 12 years. She's been working at the bar the entire time. She's got 40 years as a bartender experience, but 12 years working at that actual business. In 2021, Mr. Hendricks had a stroke. And that's really what brings us here today. He started to think he better have some better estate plan. He changed it into the trust. He wanted to add his wife for protection purposes, so she'd already be on the license. He went through it the first time with his mom and knows that that was a huge benefit for her to be involved. These two people really run the bar, every aspect of the bar. We don't have enough time to get into all the things he does at the bar, but they're full-time. When they leave, the bar closes for the night. They are the business. They're part of that community, and happy to answer any questions if you have them.
Thank you for that, Mr. Brown. And yeah, we are big fans of estate planning and gaming trusts in particular. It just solves a lot of problems for the people who come after you. So getting things done in a timely manner is always something that we encourage. Mr. Hendricks, if you don't mind, introduce yourself for the record and tell us a little bit about what's changing. What are you going to do with the location, or is it going to stay the same and this is just all paperwork?
Dean Hendricks, Hendrix. And like David Brown said, I've been there since 2004. And day-to-day operations added, again, I don't mean to be repetitive, but added to the license in 15. And then mother passing away, then that really made the transition a lot smoother. But anyway, the day-to-day operations are maintenance. That's usually what I do first. before I get into the paperwork, which could include anything to include unemployment insurance, W-2s, W-3s, the P&Ls, the workman's comp, and anything associated with, dependent upon what part of the quarter it's in, and up to and including paying you fine people every quarter. So, but yeah, nothing's going to change.
Yeah, a lot of people don't understand the amount of paperwork that goes into owning a business, right?
It never
Until you
ends.
have to do it.
It never ends.
Yeah, a lot of paperwork. Tell me, how'd you come up with the name of Who's Dunes? Was that something your parents came up with?
Yes.
Yeah.
There was a gentleman, he's passed away now. We called him Danny Who. So that's how Who's came about. And the Dunes is from the Dunes Casino, our first location in 1993 in Pahrump on Belle Vista and Leslie. We bought a lot of the equipment from the Dunes before they imploded it. And that's how we got the name.
It's a great backstory. I'm glad I asked. That's great. Questions from board members for Mr. Hendricks?
Good afternoon, Mr. Hendricks.
Good afternoon.
Sorry, my mic wasn't on. Good afternoon. There seemed to be an incident back in 2016. Can you talk to me about that and potential lessons you've learned?
Yes. I had a tenant. He didn't pay rent or utilities or his vendors or employees, and he took off. So I locked the doors. And then he came back about 3 weeks later with the cops, and they arrested me. And I learned that's not the way to evict somebody. It would be better off to hire somebody like him. So, yeah, I definitely learned. So.
Okay, well, thank you for saying that you have learned from that. We're concerned with ensuring that you have sound business practices, and as has previously been stated and has been stated throughout the restricted agenda and non-restricted agenda, this is a privileged, licensed, heavily regulated industry. So we want to make sure you're able to comply with our rules or the board's rules and regulations.
Yes.
And
any questions, I'll get a hold of
kind of
you
learn
folks.
from that. Okay.
Yes.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Judge, questions for Mr. Hendricks?
Thank you, Chairman Hendricks. No questions, just a couple of observations. The Dunes, you said you got equipment from the Dunes Hotel?
1993.
Yeah. Did you get the crap table layout by any chance?
No, we didn't have the license for that.
I made my living on that crap table.
We bought a complete bar and put it there.
Okay.
And matter of fact, we had bartenders that worked at that bar. They drove out all the way there to see how it was. Everything from the carpet, stools, everything.
Yeah, that's an iconic property. I'm sure you got a lot of great pieces of artifacts to treasure. So, Agent Lombardo did a great job on this application, and it's very thorough, very complete, very comprehensive. There are no conditions, no concerns on my part, so I'm happy to support your application.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Mortensen, why don't you step up, introduce yourself, and tell us a little bit about what your role will be with the property.
I'm Cynthia. Little congested day. Cynthia Mortensen, Mortensen, and I do payroll. I do the event planning. I hire and fire and all that fun stuff. Excuse me.
And how many hours a week do you spend at the location?
You want to give her this?
Probably 25. Well, actually more than that, but 25 actually working. The rest of the time I'm just supervising, just making sure everything's okay. Thank you for the water.
And you've been working at the location how many years now?
12.
12. Great. And it's my understanding that both of you have taken our restricted licensee gaming compliance seminar. Was that last month that you did that?
Yes.
Good. Tell me from both of you, I'll ask both of you this. Did you learn anything new? You've both been in the bar business a very long time, having taken that seminar, which takes about an hour and a half or two. Anything stick out at you that you learned that you didn't know?
Yeah, if you have any questions, call the gaming board.
Good, good.
Or David Brown.
Or David, yeah.
Good, good. Mr. Hendricks, anything jumped out at you?
I feel the same.
Same, good.
Yes.
Great. Well, glad you've taken that. And I believe this is your first time being in front of the gaming regulators, right, Ms. Mortensen?
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, good. We obviously have a very thorough workup on your background, experience, and you being involved in both the liquor and the gaming business helps because you understand how highly regulated it is, and having taken the seminar is even better. So I'm happy to support your application on that ground. Tell me, either one of you, how's the economy in general out in Pahrump, and how do you feel it is specifically with your business?
With our business, it's really well.
It's good.
We're doing great.
Good. Glad to
Have
hear
for a
it.
long time. Yeah.
Glad
We're
to hear it.
just a neighborhood bar and
Yeah.
yeah, we got
And
a
you-
lot of people.
You mentioned hiring acts. You have live entertainment?
I do. On Fridays, we have one singer. He sits in the corner and plays guitar. And then we have karaoke on Thursday and Saturdays. We have pool leagues that come in and play on like Monday, Tuesday. We have trivia on Sunday. So yeah, it's always something going on.
Great. And no cover charge
No.
that you've ever had?
Have.
No cover charge that you ever intend to have?
No.
Great. Okay, good. And you probably heard the prior conversation on one of the earlier items where I asked if you ever decide that you may want to charge a cover charge. As you mentioned earlier, you need to get a hold of the Gaming Control Board. There's a requirement that you have a signage affixed to the building out by the entrance that basically says to people, gaming is open. And the reason for that is many decades ago, we wanted to be sure that the industry was open for anybody they didn't understand or have the belief that gaming was kept in a back room. The idea was if you want to come in and you want to be involved in gaming, you shouldn't be charged a fee to do that. It wasn't a speakeasy. It wasn't anything we were trying to hide. It's open, it's honest, it's out front. So we make locations that do have a cover charge, which there's nothing wrong with. But if somebody says, I'm just going to come here to game, that they don't have to pay that cover charge, so that we keep the industry as open as possible. Great. But if you have no intention of doing that, I'll just encourage you, if that day ever comes, you get a hold of the Gaming Control Board, you put the signage up. Questions, Member Watkins for Ms. Mortensen?
Nope, I don't have any questions for you, but good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Great. Judge Assad, questions?
No questions. I just want to congratulate you and wish you all the luck in the world.
Thank
you. All right, then, Mr. Brown, anything else you'd like to add?
No, just again, we'll thank Agent Lombardo. He was great to work with and helped us get through this one.
Perfect. Very good. Then I would entertain a motion on restricted item number 5.
I move to recommend approval of restricted item number 5 is read into the record by Secretary Rupert.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye, the motion passes. Good luck to both of you. Thank you for being here. Madam Secretary, that brings us to restricted number 6.
Restricted number 6 is the application of Sartini Gaming LLC doing business at 7-Eleven store number 14080 for a restricted gaming license. It is also the application of Grove Market Corporation for licensure to receive a percentage of gaming revenue from Sartini Gaming LLC doing business at 7-Eleven store number 14080. You also have the application of a Marjat Tour for licensure as an officer, director, and sheriff.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair Hendrick, Member Watkins, Member Assad, Madam Secretary. For the record, I'm Erica Okerberg. I am Nevada Gaming Counsel to J&J Ventures Gaming of Nevada and its subsidiaries, including Sartini Gaming. Here with me today is their in-house counsel, Jamal Goodrich. I'm going to turn it over to him so he can talk you through the application and answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Goodrich.
Good afternoon, Chair Hendrick, Member Judge Assad, Member Watkins, Madam Secretary. I am Jamal Goodrich here on behalf of J&J and Sartini Gaming. We are before you today in connection with Sartini Gaming's application for 7-Eleven store number 14080E, which will be located in Reno, Nevada. And we intend to operate gaming pursuant to a space lease pending receipt of approval. Chair Hendrick, would you like me to provide some brief details on this location?
Sure, please.
Some brief location details. Entity name for this location will be Grove Market Corp, doing business as 7-Eleven store for 14080E. The address is 211 East Grove Street, Reno, Nevada, 89502. This location's hours of operation will be 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. The location's maximum occupancy will be 46 people. And we'll have 3 employees, not including the owner. This application is for 6 machines. And a location note, this location last operated gaming on May 18th, 2023, under a participation agreement between Sartini Gaming and the prior owner.
Very good. Thank you for that, Mr. Goodrich. I didn't have any questions regarding the location. So if other board members have questions about the location, let's take those and then we can ask questions separately to Mr. Tor.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I don't have any questions about the location. Thank you.
Judge.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Hendricks. No specific questions, just always great to see you, Mr. Goodrich.
You as well, Judge Assad.
All right, Mr. Tor, please introduce yourself for the record.
Yeah, good afternoon. My name is Armanjot Tor.
Mr. Donato, nice to see you.
Yes. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Madam Secretary. Jeff Donato, enrolled agent here on behalf of the applicant, Mr. Tor, and he is joining us today from Carson City, and we appreciate the opportunity for you allowing him to appear from Carson City.
Thank you, Mr. Donato. Anything you need to add regarding Mr. Tor's application?
No, I think everything was covered. Just for clarification, Mr. Tor did take over the establishment May of 2023. Since that time, there's been no gaming at that location. If approved today, the slot route operator would hold the license and Mr. Tor would share in the percentage of the gaming revenue at that time.
Yeah. And if I'm correct, this Mr. Tor would be your 4th convenience store. 2 of them would have gaming if this is approved. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, very good. And I understand that there were some issues with your convenience store in Incline Village, but you promptly responded to the Gaming Control Board's inquiry, and that matter has been concluded. Did you have any follow-up questions or concerns about how that matter was handled?
No.
Okay, very good. Appreciate your cooperation in getting back to our inquiries about what happened at that location. I didn't have any other questions as well, but of course, that is part of our record and something that we will keep for all your applications, more for historical purposes than anything else. So again, I didn't have questions on that, and I'm glad to see that you're expanding your convenience store ownership, and glad to see that you're with a slot route operator who will actually handle the most important gaming functions, but you and your employees will be responsible for your actual day-to-day operations and being sure that gaming is complied with. So the one question I did have for you, you heard me ask earlier to applicants if they have attended our restricted licensee gaming compliance seminar. Are you aware of that seminar?
Yes, I'm not sure if I'm going to attend the next one because I'm not sure if I'm going to be out of town. But if I'm not, I am most likely going to attend it.
Okay,
Mr.
good. And if
Chairman.
not, we have them every couple of months.
Mr. Chairman, please interject. Mr. Tor did take the seminar in March of 2024 as part of the provisions to rectify the issues that happened at the other store.
Oh, he did?
Yes, he
Yeah,
did.
the March one.
So you
Provided.
took it a couple months ago. Okay, well, very good. I'm glad to hear that. Thank you. Member Watkins, did you have questions for Mr. Tor?
Good afternoon, Mr. Tor.
Good afternoon.
I did have some concerns related to the violations in your other locations. As the chair mentioned, those have been resolved, but want to make sure that you're not repeating those violations because there were a number of them related to the audio alert system, perhaps lack of training of the cashiers, refusal to pay, and ignoring machines that were out of service and things of that sort. Pretty significant problems. So I just want to make sure that you have gained the knowledge from the seminar to be able to properly follow the regulations at this other location.
Yes, I did. Next time contact Golden Gaming and maybe get training done sooner, or also take seminars that can give me more, advice on how to handle this next time.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Judge Assad, do you have questions for Mr. Tor?
Thank you, Chairman Hendricks. No questions. Your application was thoroughly prepared by Agent Partee. I don't have any concerns. You're comfortable with the condition regarding the surveillance?
Yes, we are. We accept such condition.
Okay, very good. That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay. Do any of you have anything else that you'd like to add before we take a motion?
The only other thing I would like to add, just for the record, is that Mr. Tor currently operates the Incline Village location as a sole proprietor, and we are in the process of submitting an application for him to change from the sole proprietor to a corporation. So that application will be coming before you probably within the next year. So just want to make sure.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Then I would entertain a motion on restricted item number 6.
I move to recommend approval of restricted item number 6 is read into the record by Secretary Rupert pursuant to the following condition. The surveillance system and or mirror must be inspected and approved by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Enforcement Division within 60 days of issuance of the state gaming license and thereafter be maintained at or above the standard that is approved.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye, motion passes. Thank you all.
We would like to thank Agent Partee as well.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Tor, for being with us virtually in Carson City.
Yeah, thank you all too.
All right, Madam Secretary, that brings us to restricted item number 7.
Restricted number 7 is the application of Sartini Gaming LLC doing business at Lexi's Bistro on Raiders Way for a waiver of provisions of Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 4.080 as noted on the agenda.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair, members, Madam Secretary. My name is Jamal Goodrich. I'm in-house counsel for J&J and Sartini Gaming. Here next to me is Erica Okerberg, gaming counsel for Sartini Gaming. We are before you today in connection with Sartini Gaming's application for a waiver of NGC Regulation 4.080 regarding the activation of the license for Lexi's Bistro on Raiders Way in Henderson, Nevada. The license was approved by the board and commission in December 2023. However, due to unforeseen construction delays, the location has not yet been able to begin operations, which is why we're currently seeking a waiver. This location is part of a multi-use building that includes, amongst other amenities, residential units, and there were several construction and fire system related delays this year, which prevented the business from previously opening. However, we believe those delays are in the past as the business has obtained its temporary certificate of occupancy as of last Wednesday, May 29th, and further passed its health inspections last Thursday, May 30th. It is our understanding that all furniture, kitchen, and gaming equipment has been installed. And the business operator has informed us that they intend to open by next Friday, June 12th.
So with that understanding, do you believe you still need this waiver of Regulation 4.080? Is this a little belt and suspenders just in case?
Absolutely.
Okay, very good. And if they actually open by next Friday, the commission won't be till the Thursday after that. So maybe you can explain to them, hopefully, fingers crossed, that you don't need the waiver.
Correct.
Okay, very good. Thank you for the explanation and good luck with the opening.
Sure.
Unless members have questions, I would take a motion on restricted number 7.
I don't have any questions, so I'll make that motion. I move to recommend approval of restricted item number 7 is read into the record by Secretary Rupert pursuant to the following condition. The waiver of the provisions of Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 4.080 in conjunction with the approval granted in December 2023 shall expire on the date of the regularly scheduled Nevada Gaming Commission meeting in December 2024.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye, the motion passes. Good luck to you.
Thank you. We'd also like to thank Agent Katie Jones as well for her work in this application.
Great. Thank you both. Bringing us to restricted number 8.
Restricted number 8, the application of Sartini Gaming LLC doing business at Hattie Marie's Texas Barbecue for a restricted gaming license.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon again, Chair, members, Madam Secretary. I'm Jamal Goodrich, in-house counsel for Sartini Gaming. Here next to me is Erica Okerberg, gaming counsel for Sartini Gaming. And we're here before you today in connection with Sartini's application for Hattie Marie's Texas Barbecue, which will be located in Las Vegas, Nevada. We intend to operate gaming pursuant to a space lease pending receipt of approval. Chair Hendrick, would you like me to provide some brief details on this location?
Yeah, if you would. This looks like it's a ground up build. Tell us a little bit about that and where the progress is on the building, the business, and what the expected opening is.
Understood. So some location details. The entity name is Hattie's Barbecue LLC, doing business as Hattie Marie's Texas Barbecue. The address will be 7686 South Las Vegas Boulevard. The location's hours of operation will be Monday through Sunday, 2 p.m. to 10 p.m. We don't currently know what the location's maximum occupancy is, as it's still being built. They do expect to have 25 employees, with between 2 to 4 of those employees being full-time and the remainder being part-time. And this application is for 5 machines. And with regards to the construction update, the location is currently under construction with an anticipated opening of August 1st, 2024. It is our understanding that the location just completed its drywall phase of construction. Tables and chairs have been ordered and are anticipated to be delivered in 3 to 4 weeks. And the owner has a projected opening date of August 1st, 2024.
Okay, so we're not going to have any issue with 6 months if they get opened within a month and a half after the commission meeting.
I don't believe so, Chair.
Great. Who is Hattie's Barbecue LLC? Do you know who owns that?
Yes, I believe it's owned by former NFL football player Brandon Marshall. He's a Las Vegas local, and he's now opening an establishment here in his hometown.
Good. Is this the first Hattie's Barbecue to your knowledge?
To my knowledge, it is.
Okay, great. Well, as the judge will tell you, we're always in search of good barbecue around here. So we'll both be waiting to see when it gets opened. I'm looking for good Texas barbecue. So
as a native of Memphis, Tennessee, I am as well, sir.
Oh, well, but you're probably looking for Kansas City barbecue, which is not Texas barbecue. That's completely different.
Certainly not Memphis barbecue.
Memphis is a whole different ball of wax too. Okay, questions from board members?
Nothing significant. Just wanted to clarify these are bar top. All 5 are bar top machines. Is that right?
Yes, Member Watkins.
All right. Thank you.
Judge.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. What's the cross street out there? Las Vegas Boulevard and what? What's it near, basically? Is it way out there near Mandalay Bay or?
Looks like Las Vegas Boulevard and between Warm Springs and
Warm Springs, so right around the corner of our new building.
Yeah,
we'll be able to go there for lunch.
The outlet mall will be there. We'll be there. We won't be playing the machines, but we'll be eating the barbecue if it's Texas barbecue.
So it's near Warm Springs?
Correct.
And that with the there's a Chipotle and a chicken place in there. Is that same complex?
Yep. Yeah, Buffalo Wild Wings. All
yeah, Wild Wings and what's the name of that chicken place? The one that's closed on Sunday. No, it's closed on Sundays. Chick-fil-A. Yeah, is it in there with the Chick-fil-A?
Yes.
I know exactly where it's at. So yeah,
good location.
Yeah, can you get us a reservation?
It's not built yet.
You judge.
When it opens.
You'll be first on the list.
All right. Okay. I think Chief Hoffman likes barbecue too, so got to bring him along.
Reservations made.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Goodrich. I look forward to seeing you there.
Absolutely.
All right.
Very good. Anything else you'd like to add?
No, Chair Hendrick.
Okay, then I would entertain a motion on restricted number 8.
I move to recommend approval of restricted item number 8 as read into the record by Secretary Rupert.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye, the motion passes. Thank you both.
Thank you.
We'd like to thank Agent Katie Jones for professionalism, communication on this application.
Great. Thank you. Bring us to restricted number 9.
Restricted number 9 is the application of United Machine Company doing business as Century Gaming Technologies, doing business at Take It Easy for a restricted gaming license.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair Hendrick, members of the board, Madam Secretary. For the record, Debbie Cornine with Century Gaming Technology, and the application before you today is that of Take It Easy. This is a tavern restaurant that would like to have 15 gaming devices. With your permission, I will just go over a couple of the concerns that I think that came up regarding this location.
Great, please.
This is a rather large location. The total square footage is approximately 4,800 square feet. So it's a big property, and it can have maximum occupancy of up to 495 people. So therefore, they do have live entertainment. They have a DJ. However, they have assured us, and we will continue to monitor the fact that there be no cover charge at this location. They do not want to deal with entertainment tax, and they have assured us that will not be a situation that we need to concern ourselves with. And if in the future they do change their mind, then of course they understand they will be subject to entertainment tax because of the size of the property. And the other thing that came up was the naming. Simply a play on Take It Easy. And that's,
How do you pronounce it?
I pronounce it Take It Easy.
Take it easy.
Yeah.
Okay.
It was a little
where does the
difficult for me
R
when
fit
I
in?
heard them say it because they say it with an accent. It makes it sound much more eloquent.
Okay, very good. Thank you for that. And thank you for addressing the issue about whether or not there would be a cover charge. You heard the earlier items and you've been doing this for a long time. If there is any intention to have a cover charge, we simply need the signage out front and simple to do. If they're saying I'm never going to have a cover charge, there'll never be any issues. If they do that though, you and your company are going to have to be standing here along with them. So something I appreciate you saying you're going to be monitoring it to be sure they don't ever charge a cover charge. So we won't have that issue.
We actually have a couple of our employees that enjoy going there, so they'll keep us informed.
They'll know. Wonderful. Glad to hear it. And my understanding is this location hasn't had gaming for 5 years. Is that correct?
It has not. These are new operators. The prior business was more of a dance club, and they did not want to have gaming. I believe the name of it was Casa Cabana, and there was no gaming at that time.
And did your company help them build out the bar? I assume these are all bar tops?
These are all bar tops, yes, 15 bar tops.
Yeah. And did your company help finance the building of the bar top?
I'll be honest with you, I don't believe we had involvement.
That's okay. I didn't see it in my notes here either. It's not important, but interesting when a place goes from having no gaming for 5 years to having a full-blown 15 machine bar top location. I wouldn't be surprised if you were, but doesn't make a difference on my vote today. I was just curious.
Yeah, they are very interested in having the gaming, very much looking forward to adding that to the location. So
great. And I'm sure your company will properly train their employees if anybody hasn't been involved in bartending at a gaming location.
yes, we will be having a crew that will go out and work with them to train them on everything they need to do. And then we stay with new locations. We really stay on top of keeping somebody going out there and making sure they're not having any issues. We do that usually for about a period of 6 months.
That's great. Good to hear. Member Watkins, did you have questions for Ms. Cornine?
Good afternoon, Ms. Cornine. With your acknowledgement that there won't be a cover charge, I don't think a condition requiring a sign is necessary, so I appreciate you affirmatively representing that on the record. That's all I have.
Judge Assad?
Yes, thank you, Chairman Hendricks. Nice to see you again, Ms. Cornine. I don't have any questions. Very straightforward. Nice report by Agent Martirosian. And just curious, where is this between Maryland and Eastern?
I believe it's all the way out towards Lamb.
Oh, way out there. Okay.
Way far out there, yeah.
Very good.
It's closer
Very
to
good.
Lamb.
Yeah, that's all I have. Thank you.
And I wanted to tell you as well, you're probably aware that our agents are now including photographs of the current status of the location. And to the extent that your company is helping our agents obtain those, we appreciate it. It gives us a better visualization rather than just diagrams.
Understand.
Great. Thank you. Anything else you'd like to add?
No, I just want to thank the agent for her excellent work on this application, as always.
Thank you. I would entertain a motion then on restricted number 9.
I move to recommend approval of restricted item number 9 and is read in the record by Secretary Rupert.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendricks?
Aye, the motion passes. Thank you.
Very much.
Good afternoon. All right then, Madam Secretary, that concludes our restricted agenda, correct?
Correct.
Bringing us then to, I believe we have one patron dispute. Is that correct?
Correct.
Please read that into the record.
You have one casino player dispute appeal. That item is William Thompson versus Suncoast Hotel and Casino, case number 23LV01292. The hearing examiner recommends the agent's decision denying payment.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. I reviewed the recommendation of the hearing examiner as well as all the exhibits. We had a thorough package of what happened during the hearing. I did not have any questions or comments. I want to confirm for the record whether either of my fellow board members, first of all, have you reviewed the hearing examiner's recommendation, reviewed all the exhibits, and do you have any questions or need to have provide any further discussion regarding the hearing examiner's recommendation? Member Watkins?
Chairman, I've had an opportunity to review the hearing examiner's recommendation. I have also reviewed all of the exhibits. I do not have any outstanding questions, and I'm happy to move forward on this application without further discussion.
Thank you, Member Watkins. Judge Assad, same question.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman Hendricks. I'm ready to move forward. I've reviewed the report and the exhibits, and it's pretty straightforward. I think it was just a misunderstanding on behalf of Mr. Thompson's part.
Okay, then, if there's no further discussion on the matter, I would entertain a motion to accept the recommendation of the hearing examiner.
I move to approve the hearing examiner's recommendation that the agent's decision to deny payment in the amount of $10,165.48 be affirmed.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendricks?
Aye. That motion passes, bringing us then, Madam Secretary, to our regulation agenda.
You have one regulation agenda item regarding proposed amendments to Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 6 as noted on the agenda.
Senior Deputy McGaw, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the board, Madam Secretary. And of course, my voice gives out right now.
I got a bottle of water here. You got one good. All right, we're ready.
For the record, I am Ed McGaw with the Nevada Attorney General's Office here today to present the proposed regulation amendments read into the record by Madam Secretary. The proposed amendments are presented in a draft dated May 14th, 2024. Should the Nevada Gaming Commission accept the proposed amendments, they would become effective upon their adoption. These changes would repeal subsections 16 of NGC Regulation 6.090 and subsection 9 of NGC Regulation 6.100. Those subsections were adopted by the Nevada Gaming Commission at its regularly scheduled meeting held on March 21st, 2024. As part of a general regulation project intended to reduce the requirements placed on gaming licensees related to the live entertainment tax. As part of that project, certain amendments to the Nevada Administrative Code were also proposed and sent to the Legislative Council Bureau for review. After the Legislative Council Bureau reviewed the proposed amendments to the NAC, they had some input on proposed changes. Based on that input, the board re-examined their proposed changes and determined that the proposed approach was not the best way to accomplish its objective, which again, as stated previously, was to reduce the burden placed on gaming licensees related to the live entertainment tax. Instead of creating guidelines, checklists, and other criteria for live entertainment tax purposes, the board decided that simply amending the minimum internal control standards and the internal control procedures would be a better approach. This approach would prevent the board from having to reinvent the wheel, as the process to amend the mix and ICPs has already been established and has been well tested. That process ensures also that the industry is provided ample opportunity to provide input regarding any proposed changes. This change in approach rendered the amendments to NGC 6.090 and 6.100 redundant and unnecessary. Thus, the proposed amendments you see before you today repealing those subsections. As mentioned earlier, should the Nevada Gaming Commission accept these proposed amendments, they would become effective upon adoption. With that, I conclude my affirmative presentation and be happy to answer any questions board members may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Senior Deputy McGaw. I've read through the proposed revisions, and I think you properly stated the fact that the intention behind these proposed revisions initially, and as we still sit here today, is to create fairness. Fairness that whether you're a gaming licensee or a non-gaming licensee business holder and you're responsible for live entertainment tax, the process should be equally fair. It shouldn't be a burden on gaming licensees to have to do something that a non-gaming licensee would have to do, as long as the proper amount of tax is collected. I think that these proposed revisions should allow the commission to have gaming licensees be able to get to the answer in as few steps as possible, but the proper amount of tax be collected. So appreciate your work on it, appreciate your office's work on it. Let me ask, Madam Secretary, have we received any public comments, either in writing or via email, specific to these proposed regulation changes?
We have not.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Let me open it up to public comment. Is there anyone from the public, either in Carson City or here in Las Vegas, wishing to make comment on these proposed revisions? Seeing none, Chief Fremont, Chief of the Audit Division, is there anything you would like to add to these proposed revisions? Go ahead and introduce yourself for the record.
For the record, Chief Fremont of the Audit Division. I have nothing to add. I think Ed covered it. There is more than one way to skin a cat. We can still achieve this through the mechanisms already in place.
Great. Thank you very much. Member Watkins, did you have questions or comments regarding the proposed regulatory amendments?
I don't have any further questions. I think both yourself and Mr. McGaw and Chief Fremont said it very succinctly, and we can still accomplish what is needed through the internal controls, and I'm happy to support the repeal.
Judge Assad?
Yes, thank you, Chairman Hendricks. I'm in support of anything that runs parallel with other divisions of the state, and this should just equalize what the non-gaming institutions have to do regarding LET taxes. And so I'm in full support of your excellent presentation.
Thank you, Mr. McGaw. Anything else you'd like to add?
Just for the record, to note that the proposed changes to the NAC have also been revised, and LCB is currently in the process of reviewing those reviews.
Okay.
And we're waiting word from LCB when they approve it, and we will go on with the process on amending the NAC.
Thank you for putting that on the record. I would entertain a motion then on the proposed recommendations.
I move to recommend to the commission the repeal of subsection 16 of NGC Regulation 6.090 and subsection 9 of NGC Regulation 6.100 as presented in the regulation draft dated May 14, 2024 to become effective upon adoption.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Chairman Hendricks?
Aye, the motion passes. Thank you both. Bringing us, Madam Secretary, to, I believe, our last item, which is our second public comment section.
This item is placed on the agenda to give the public an opportunity to comment on gaming-related matters. As stated at the time of the public comment section at the beginning of the meeting, anyone wishing to address the board may do so at this time. Comments by each person are limited to 3 minutes as a reasonable time, place, and manner restriction. If board members ask questions of the speaker, the time needed to address those questions will not count against the speaker's 3-minute time period. Speakers have any handouts or written copies of verbal comments to provide for the record, please hand them to the enforcement agent seated to your left in Las Vegas or behind you in Carson City.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Let's go to Carson City first. I'm looking here on our monitor and I don't see any hands being raised in Carson City. So let's go to Las Vegas. Can we see Las Vegas on our monitor? Anybody in the public wishing to make public comment? Seeing no hands being raised here in Las Vegas? Any board members or members of staff wishing to make public comment?
Nothing from me, Chair.
All right, then that concludes our public comment section. And I want to thank everyone for joining us in person or virtually here today. And this will conclude the Nevada Gaming Control Board meeting for the month of June 2024. We are adjourned. Thank you.